the countdown. Prepare audience for maximum impact. Full immersion begins in...
Peace forever and always. My black people, it's all about the unity. There's nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody moving me. I'm a soul man, no. I'm a soul man. Yes, I am. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man, Lord.
You couldn't be so... You couldn't be so... You couldn't be so... You couldn't be so...
They see something that I don't see. What can you learn from a bum, Omar? Shamsuddin? What I learned from a bum, maybe is what not to do.
Nobody takes down Angelsnupnup7 easy. There's a reason why, after 100 channels destroyed, Angelsnupnup7 is still here. There's a reason, but you don't take me seriously. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
How you doing?
People all over the world, all the
See, they say that Angelsnupnup7 don't care about the people. But Angelsnupnup7 cares about the people because I'm bold enough to tell you the truth, and I don't give a damn if you give me a dime. I'm not looking for your money.
Yes, Brother Taalik, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I am Minister John Cooper. I live in South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina. And I was watching, someone had sent me a video, and I was watching it, and I think yours popped up on the sidebar. I never heard of you before. When you get time, give me a call if you can. I did a sermon and finally got a chance to do it at church. I am a minister, but I'm not active in the pulpit. I'm deciding to speak, basically trying to teach and getting our people ready and those that will listen. And this minister allowed me to do a lesson this past Tuesday night. Basically, my wife said, "Man, you were saying the same thing this guy's saying now, John," and it just blew her mind. And I just thought to present to that congregation who we were, and we don't want to be black, and what is happening to America. It is falling, those kinds of things. And they were looking at me with their mouth hung open, and half of them probably couldn't receive it, half did. And I just want to commend you for your work that you're doing. And I'm looking at some of your other videos now. And any way you can help me, if you got a mailing list I can get on, or email list or anything, I would appreciate that help. And material you have that I can continue to teach and get out to our people, because it's a critical time right now. God bless you, and I'll look for your call.
Hi, my name is Deborah Kennedy. I live in Texas, and I listened to Taalik's video regarding failure of prayer and God's so-called promises. Things. I was just delighted. I thought it was just very insightful, and I commend you all for putting something out there like that. That we lean too much on what we're told somebody else is looking out for us. And we have philosophies or teachings like that, and we're supposed to be developing that in ourselves. And I appreciate Taalik's his powerful delivery. You don't need to call if you're busy, but I just want to pass that along. I was very impressed. Thank you so much. You take care now. Peace and love.
YouTube. I'm Andre Devin 69, student and minister of action for the Realist Temple on Earth. And I'm making this particular video about the Reality Temple and how it changed my views and some of my concepts about life. But first I want to say that I want to thank Angelsnupnup7 for being there for me, administering to me over YouTube and in person, over the phone. The brother believed in me to make these videos. He gave me the opportunity. He gave me the free will to make these videos that I make in association with the Reality Temple on Earth. I want to say that if I would have had a brother like this in my life 10, 15 years ago, I probably wouldn't have took the path that I took. But that was my experience. This good brother's a good role model for us. You know, he don't drink. He never smoked. He never used drugs. He's not a habitual criminal or any form of criminal. He know what it's like to be locked down and in prison for something he didn't do. He know what suffering is all about. And that's what drew my attention to him in his videos.
I want to start my own. The brother got on my website today and said we need a Pan-African channel. I totally agree. I was working on starting my own video streaming page where you can just load all your videos up there, no time, no censorship. Because if you notice on my website now, it's limited to 100 megabytes. Due to the servers, due to the carrier, the videos can only be no more than 100 megabytes. I'm tired of YouTube. Too many times they're destroying our pages. They don't want to see this movement grow on YouTube. You see some of my videos and you look at them and they like got 10 views, 20 views. That's not because, and then people will look at that and they'll make them think, oh, he's not getting the views. No, I have so many YouTube pages destroyed that they don't want to see me effectively and successfully build up this momentum and stream of people watching my videos. I'm just as big as the bigger people on YouTube, but you cannot see it because they make it that way by constantly destroying my pages to destroy the momentum that I am building up on YouTube. So it's not going to work on YouTube. You all see how long I've been on YouTube. No one has been more resilient, pushing more harder on YouTube than I have. I must add, Brother Angelsnupnup7, Brother Taalik Ibn'rad. Many of you all have not heard of him, and it's a reason for that you haven't heard of brothers like that who's coming with a profound message. Every day this brother does like an hour of dissertation on YouTube, but no one's hearing him. His message is not getting out. Powerful message, more powerful than most messages that are out there. Very real, very radical, very sincere, very diligent, very consistent, and very little hypocrisy in what he speaks. At least he's true and sincere about what he's talking about. He's not doing it for money, selling no projects, selling no products, trying to do lectures. He's actually coming on there, offering some critical thought and critical analysis every day consistently, but most people have not heard of him. Not because he's lazy. I see him. He got thousands of YouTube pages. I see him constantly putting out videos, but you haven't heard of him. That's by design. That's by design of white supremacy. That's because you all want to hear the popular message and not the real and raw message. And YouTube makes sure of that. They make sure that they can constantly stomp out your Messiah. They let the Messiah get further enough just for you to hear who the Messiahs are. And as soon as you hear them, bam, they cut off. Damn, job well done. So we have to create our own sites.
By Brother Angelsnupnup7 at the Reality Temple. And to give props to him, because I listen to all of Angelsnupnup7's videos. I think that he comes from a different angle, and there's a powerful message in a lot of the videos that he put out, and I try to catch all of them. I look at him as a free thinker and a person that's willing to challenge those of which he don't agree with or which he may think differently from, and I really respect him for that. He's challenged KNBS, and he has also challenged the black supremacy movement as well, and I have nothing against that, because that which cannot be challenged cannot stand, and will not stand. and will not survive the test of time. How many challenges we can withstand will determine how long we will be able to stand.
Self, and you don't realize it. You don't realize it, that God has been imprisoned. The devil was able to imprison God. So right inside your own self, your God self has been imprisoned, and you have a false sense of self running rampant inside the temple. This is why, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We have to bring reality's temple here on earth. Reality's temple here on earth, because
Yes, sir.
we have to realize the enemy is running rampant inside this temple, and we have to recover.
Yes, sir.
Because white supremacy is a clinical dis-ease. It is a dis-ease, and the dis-ease has been running for so long that they don't need, the white man don't have to continue to kick your ass on up front. He has made it so that he has gotten into you like a virus and you kick your own ass.
Yes, sir.
And it even has trickled down to some of us right here in the so-called conscious community.
But you, a lot of your video content to me was very informative. You know, the things you talked about had substance, man. And and I first really knew about you because of JT Riley 1, Real Nigga News, and and you and him got into a conflict with each other. And when I did my website, you were the only brother, and let me stress that, because when I did that website, blackcommune.net, and I did the video and I asked the black YouTube community, the so-called black YouTube community, to give me your videos, because at the time a lot of brothers were getting flagged and videos taken down. So I said, you know what, you can put your videos on my website so that the message can still be heard for all to hear. You know, something like, you know, a little I made that website for everyone, but you were the only one that gave me permission to use your videos, and I thought that was very honorable of you, and really a testament to how much you cared about the black community. Because all these other brothers that talk about it, you know, and say they love the black community and all this other shit, when it came down to supporting me or helping me out, they were nowhere to be found. And that's really a big sign. If somebody really care about black people, then they will want to help black people. But you were the only one.
Angelsnupnup7, you know, I've been supporting your videos for a while now, way before any of this craziness ever happened. You know, I've been commented to you, and we've been exchanged messages back and forth in the past. So all this people trying to make it seem like, you know, you just found me out and came to me and wanted to jump in the middle, whatever the case may be. I guess they can think what they want to think, but I just want to quickly say I appreciate your support as well and your understanding of the situation, and I am not happy about what happened as far as the situation getting kind of hostile. However, in the, you know, the defamation of your character and things like that. But I am glad and I am appreciative of the support that you offered me at that time. And again, I enjoy your videos, and of course, I'm definitely always tuned in and always trying to keep up and watch all of them, actually. So yeah, and a lot of other people should do the same, because it's a lot of knowledge in those videos, and they definitely are thought provoking. I love the amount of thinking the videos and the words and things like that. When I leave, I'm always like, you know, thinking about new ideas and new things, and that's just me. I want to know everything about everything about everything. So those videos definitely are for a person like me.
We're talking about not falling into the teacher trap, not falling into the website trap. So today, what teachers can you learn from? We just told you that the Akawu tells you that we're all a great teacher at the same time. So who you going to learn from? You're going to learn from brothers like Sa Neter. You're going to learn the positives and negatives from brothers like Sa Neter. You're going to learn the positives and negatives of people like Brother Polite. The positives and negatives of people like Sarah Sutin Seti. You're going to learn from Maurice Muhammad, Taalik Ibn'rad. You're going to learn from Nettercat. You're going to learn, you definitely going to learn from King Noble. You definitely going to learn a little something something from Brother Daku. But we ain't the only teachers in the world. There are other people in your lives right now that are teaching you things that you need to know. Now, do you follow your teacher every single place and everywhere? Not necessarily. But if you got a good teacher, your teacher is going to teach you how to think, not what to think. And if you learn how to think, then you can be critical of all information. You can question anything. Your teachers ain't going to get mad. Huh? Your teacher, if he's truly your teacher, give me the question. Bring them on. If I can't answer the question, then I'm going to meditate on it, reflect on it, and try to get back with you with the answer. Get back to you with the answer. But I'm also going to encourage you to think. It's important for you to think. You're not just my student, you're also my teacher. I'm not your teacher, I'm also your student. Don't fall into the teacher trap. This has been Daku Akabo Wakatu.
I'm not really worried about convincing you about what I believe in. My main concern is to find people with the like-minded minds, like Minister, the Realist temple, the Reality's temple on earth. I can relate with that guy. I can say he's talking sense because he has intelligence. And he doesn't come up with rubbish. He comes up with well-thought conversations. He's thought about this. He's still thinking about it right now as we speak about it. And after that, he'll be thinking about it because he's a thinker. He's not just a doer taking information and repeating it. He's a thinker. He's been intrigued. His mind's been intrigued by reality, by things on earth that have woken him up. So enough respect to him. One of the greatest minds on YouTube who ain't got no establishment. I don't know what he has or what he does, but the greatest minds sometimes don't have much, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't have much. I barely just got this in my head and a few things, no responsibilities though. So it's just about communicating this video. It's tricky. The minds of others have been living a way which is backwards or wrong from they could walk. And they got good at being backwards and wrong and believing that backwards and wrongness. So when you talk about rightfulness and forwardness, they think it is nonsense because they've never worked on those lines. So yeah, that came out alright. Usually it depends with communicating. It's a battle, so either you win and you do it well and it comes out perfect, or it's like you're just clashing with swords and you're not really getting what's in your head out to the world to understand. But where's that drink? Big up to the ministry, the minister, whatever his name is, Angelsnupnup7. 7. Yeah. I really enjoyed your videos, man. They're a bit long though.
I do want to say something right now. There is a YouTuber who has really got in my heart, and that is Angelsnupnup7. He reminds me a lot of my father. My father died last year of a heart attack, and Angelsnupnup7 straightened me out. There have been times I had made a couple of videos really attacking Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton because I didn't like that we only seem to see them when a nationwide case occurs or when celebrities are in trouble. And I didn't like that. But Angelsnupnup7 made a video recently speaking about how we need to band with black leaders. I don't care if they're not doing everything perfect. I don't care that we don't like certain things they do. They're the only support we have. Nobody else is stepping up and willing to be on the front lines like they are. And Angelsnupnup7 was correct, and I want to thank him for that because he may not have been directed towards me, but he may have been. But I heard what he said, and I want to thank you for that, teacher. I appreciate that. We have to band with people. Even though I do critique and I do make comments about what's going on with the black gender war, I don't hate black men. Like I just mentioned, Angelsnupnup7 has gotten my heart. He's like my teacher, a mentor to me. I love him. And there are others that I love as well that I do listen to, and I do. Last Man Standing is another one. You know, he don't comment much, but I know he's watching. And there are others that I admire them, and those are ones you can work with. Those are ones that you can, we can unify with.
Welcome to the Reality's Temple on Earth. My name is Jeroen, and I would like to say that Angelsnupnup7 isn't a racist at all. He's a good friend, and I owe him a lot of support, and I would like to say that we have one common goal, and that is psychiatry is worst scam on earth, okay? Because they drug people, they drug children, they give people more problems than they already have, and yeah.
Hey, Angelsnupnup7. What's going on? Oh, man. Y'all go over there and subscribe to our brother Angelsnupnup7. This man has overcome some stuff that I don't think the average individual could overcome and fight their way out of. You're a true warrior. I got a lot of respect for you. I know you done been through a lot of stuff on YouTube, but these people could not walk in your shoes and come out. They couldn't. Angelsnupnup7, y'all. Make sure y'all go subscribe to his channel. I'm telling y'all, this man is like a real warrior. Like, he's a fighter. The real kind. Not the one that just be talking and running their mouth. The one that really fights and keeps going and going and going. Even when even when the chips are down. You got people that get up, dust themselves off, and keep going. That's what Angelsnupnup7 does.
Just keep it going.
Hey, where you going?
I'll be back, honey.
When I ask you a question, you answer.
They need that dollar. $2. They need it for real. Buy some clothes and some shoes for all them 100 children they make.
self, and you don't realize it. You don't realize it, that God has been imprisoned. The devil was able to imprison God. So right inside your own self, your God self has been imprisoned, and you have a false sense of self running rampant inside the temple. This is why, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We have to bring reality's temple here on earth. Reality's temple here on earth, because
yes, sir.
we have to realize the enemy is running rampant inside this temple, and we have to recover.
Yes, sir.
Because white supremacy is a clinical dis-ease. It is a dis-ease, and the dis-ease has been running for so long that they don't need, the white man don't have to continue to kick your ass on up front. He has made it so that he has gotten into you like a virus and you kick your own ass.
Yes, sir.
And it even has trickled down to some of us right here in the so-called conscious community.
Hi, my name is Deborah Kennedy. I live in Texas, and I listened to Taalik's video regarding failure of prayer and God's so-called promises. Things. I was just elated. I thought it was just very insightful, and I commend you all for putting something out there like that. That we lean too much on what we're told somebody else is looking out for us. And we have philosophies or teachings like that, and we're supposed to be developing that in ourselves. And I appreciate Taalik's his powerful delivery. You don't need to call if you're busy, but I just want to pass that along. I was very impressed. Thank you so much. You take care now. Peace and love.
I want to start my own. The brother got on my website today and said we need a Pan-African channel. I totally agree. I was working on starting my own video streaming page where you can just load all your videos up there of no time, no censorship. Because if you notice on my website now, it's limited to 100 megabytes. Due to the servers, due to the carrier, the videos can only be no more than 100 megabytes. I'm tired of YouTube. Too many times they're destroying our pages. They don't want to see this movement grow on YouTube. You see some of my videos and you look at them and they're like, got 10 views, 20 views. That's not because, and then people will look at that and they'll make them think, oh, he's not getting the views. No, I have so many YouTube pages destroyed that they don't want to see me effectively and successfully build up this momentum and stream of people watching my videos. I'm just as big as the bigger people on YouTube, but you cannot see it because they make it that way by constantly destroying my pages to destroy the momentum that I am building up on YouTube. So it's not going to work on YouTube. You all see how long I've been on YouTube. No one has been more resilient, pushing more harder on YouTube than I have. I must add, Brother Angelsnupnup7, Brother Taalik Ibn'rad. Many of you all have not heard of him, and it's a reason for that you haven't heard of brothers like that who's coming with a profound message. Every day this brother does like an hour of dissertation on YouTube, but no one's hearing him. His message is not getting out. Powerful message, more powerful than most messages that are out there. Very real, very radical, very sincere, very diligent, very consistent, and very little hypocrisy in what he speaks. At least he's true and sincere about what he's talking about. He's not doing it for money, selling no projects, selling no products, trying to do lectures. He's actually coming on there, offering some critical thought and critical analysis every day consistently, but most people have not heard of him. Not because he's lazy. I see him. He got thousands of YouTube pages. I see him constantly putting out videos, but you haven't heard of him. That's by design. That's by design of white supremacy. That's because you all want to hear the popular message and not the real and raw message. And YouTube makes sure of that. They make sure that they can constantly stomp out your Messiah. They let the Messiah get further enough just for you to hear who the Messiahs are. And as soon as you hear them, bam, they cut off. Damn, job well done. So we have to create our own sites.
By Brother Angelsnupnup7 at the Reality Temple. And to give props to him, because I listened to all of Angelsnupnup7's videos, I think that he comes from a different angle, and there's a powerful message in a lot of the videos that he put out, and I try to catch all of them. I look at him as a free thinker and a person that's willing to challenge those of which he don't agree with or which he may think differently from, and I really respect him for that. He's challenged KNBS, and he has also challenged the black supremacy movement as well, and I have nothing against that, because that which cannot be challenged cannot stand and will not stand and will not survive the test of time. How many challenges we can withstand will determine how long we will be able to stand.
In the name of my ancestors, peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition of the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. Of course, I am the gatekeeper or the host of this particular program, known here on the internet, here on social media, as the mighty Angelsnupnup7. I'm your brother and hopefully your friend, Taalik Ibn'rad. Before I continue, I would like to first give honor in respect to I would believe this is the 117th birth anniversary of my spiritual father, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. With that said, I have about 12 minutes. So on this Vizzy, let ye get busy. I want to say and send shouts out to my brother, King Noble, Black Supremacy, and all those who support, and all those who follow, all those who donate, all those who rally behind this young man, of whom, in my most humble opinion, if it means anything, is one of the greatest voices besides my own. Perhaps he is greater. Perhaps he is the most powerful voice on social media. And you want to know something? I have no problem with that. I have no problem with stepping aside and watching a man or even a sister rise up from among us, willing to sacrifice their life so they can help liberate a people who have become lost, deaf, dumb, and blind to the knowledge of self and others, and who deserve a chance at happiness after 400 years of hell. So I want to talk to Brother King Noble, and I want to talk to others who are sort of like him that is needed in this movement. I have spoken to Brother King Noble on the telephone. We have Skype, so we know each other. We know where we come from. Brother King Noble is the only young man, the only so-called black celebrity type person on YouTube or on social media where I can say what I want to say about his opinion, and he does not say, oh, you hate me, oh, you don't like me, you are agent. Brother King Noble has taken anything that I've said about his opinion like a grain of salt and move on. In fact, we've grown to help each other in our history. I want to make very clear, I don't agree with everything that King Noble says or what he does. For those of you who follow the Reality Temple on Earth ministry, you know I have a problem with the word black supremacy. I have a problem with us when we begin to concentrate on our sexual selves when we should be trying to use all energy in order to free ourselves. I don't have time for orgies when I'm trying to rid myself of an oppressor. However, there are many of you are into orgies, you worship the penis and the vagina, and you like looking at naked bodies all day long and all these different things. Well, that's your business. However, I overlook those things that this brother represents, his nudie bar, and even the word black supremacy, all those, I understand why you are coming from that angle, but I can easily overlook those things because I see more of the benefit, more of the greatest potential. In fact, I see you growing up out of those things because you are different. And time requires that these black people in America, if you are going to be anyway, try to be, or going to be a truly free people, you must begin to let go of the past. Let go of those old ideas and philosophies and thinking. Time to open up the door. The reason why I'm asking you to do those things is because clearly they don't work. They don't work. We have to open our minds to new ideas, new thoughts, new strategy. And King Noble represents reality. And that's what I love about him. If you listen to what Brother King Noble says, he is just like me, and that is why he is hated like me. That's why he is ignored like me, because he represents a reality black folks in this country don't want to face, especially those who are in leadership, because those who are in leadership benefit from this madness. But if they begin to change their mind and begin to think differently, then they can't sell their books. They can't sell their DVDs and CDs, all those things that they was making money and making a living off of. They can no longer do because they don't control the knowledge. Those who control the knowledge, those who control the strategy is not interested in making money off of you. We are interested in seeing us as a free people once and for all and get this beast off our back for our children's sake, at least to say our own in this lifetime. Those who live today, they are obsessed with the dead. All praises are due to Muhammad, Jesus. Oh, Malcolm did this and Garvey. All these people are dead. The dead cannot help you at all. And you give the living hell. You ignore what the living have to say. But also at the same time, you are taught that the answer to your prayers, this is what you're taught. The answer to your prayers come from out of the womb of a woman. And you pray and you pray. But if your God, if what you pray for does not come in the picture or in the form that you believe that prayer should be answered, then you reject it. That's your number one mistake. Can you not see, can I not see that King Noble is a blessing to the black community? He is, whether you like it or not. He is, whether anybody likes it or not. It is not no shock to me. I am not surprised that nobody out of all these black conscious folks, nobody want to step up to the plate and debate King Noble black supremacy. You know why they don't want to debate King Noble black supremacy? Because he thinks real fast. And his knowledge is way above what they're talking about. And he'll smash them and they already know it. So why go somewhere where you already know you're going to be the loser before you even get into the ring? Bringing with them their Model T ideas while King Noble black supremacy is riding around in a black power, black supremacy Lamborghini. There is only one person, I think, that could really debate King Noble black supremacy, and that's myself. But Angelsnupnup7 and King Noble, we're not going to debate anything because we're on the same side. Maybe going different ways, but the same goal, going to the same place. So what's the sense of debating? We own the same team, going to the same place. We want our people free once and for all. There was one time when I was going to go and work with King Noble and his people in Chicago. And as long as there's breath, that possibility still remains, except now King Noble has moved to Atlanta. This black power movement, this thing that we call black liberation, if we are truly going to liberate ourselves, you and I, we must understand that we are like a one-cell organism, and a one-cell organism splits, and it continues to split until it even becomes different from the original cell that it split from. But once these cells come together, although they are different, they know how to work together in order to make one organism work. And that's what this black liberation, this is what we stand for. There are many of us, we are different cells, but we must know how and learn how to join together so that we can become one organism. And the ultimate goal is the freedom of us as a people. Not to become a black version of Africans, not to become a black version of Europeans, but to become your own individual, brand new species of self, related to Africans, related to Egyptians, maybe related to the Moors, but be yourself. There are others who represent different ideas and strategy. I think that we have to see the error in some of our thinking, but we still need those different ideas. So we need a Sarah Sutin Seti. We need a brother Polite. We need a brother Natural Tuhudi. We need different ways of thinking. And let the dead rest. Let the dead rest in peace. But as long as you hold on to the dead and you are obsessed with dead things, then you will continue to smell, you will continue to rot, and you will continue to decompose. And that is what you're seeing right now in the black liberation struggle. Not a living people, but a people who are decomposing, claiming that somebody gave them life. but yet and still, you're the walking dead. Jot down your comments. Let's talk about it. Peace to King Noble, Sarah Sukaseti, Brother Polite, Nacho Tahuti, and all of us in this black struggle. I am the Angelsnupnup7. In the name of my ancestors, peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition of the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. Of course, I am the gatekeeper or the host of this particular program here on social media. I am known as the mighty Angelsnupnup7. I am your brother and hopefully your friend, Taalik Ibn'rad. Before I continue, I want to give honor and respect to my spiritual father, of whom this would be the 117th anniversary of his birth, and that man we know of as the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I want to say this to black youth. I want to say this to our black children, African American children, Negro children, however you view yourself, the children of the descendants of slaves born in America. I mean no disrespect to nobody, but I have to speak harsh because this is the Reality's Temple, and I have to bring a message to us in a real sense. I cannot la-di-da. I can't gloss over. I can't make things beautiful. I have to tell you things just the way they are. I lately have listened to a lot of videos speaking about black youth and how you are under attack and how you're so special and blase, blah, 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 blah. At one time, I was a black youth. What has my generation really done? And why didn't we do better? For generations, the black youth supposed to be this and that. The black youth gonna do what? What you gonna do? What we gonna do? I was a youth, a black youth. Your mother was a black youth. Your grandmother was a black youth. Your great-grandmother. All our people, at one time, all of us was the black youth. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? History has already shown what we gonna do. And clearly, you're looking at the situation, some things have been done, but it seems as though our condition is just as worse as it has ever been. A black youth, a black child. When I was a black youth, a black child in my teens, I did not know nothing. And you don't know nothing. So why is so much expected out of what the black youth gonna do? Black youth depend on their elders like anybody else. If you depend on these black youth, what kind of black youth do we see running around today? This is not all of us, but it's a nice chunk, because the majority of black youth don't give a care about black liberation. They do not care about the struggle. What do you see in black youth? You see a bunch of drunks, whoremongers, whores, pants sagging, thong in the backside, yellow and blue hair, bunch of dope fiends and worse. You don't get no emotion from the black youth until somebody is killed. Michael Brown. But then pretty soon, in less than a month, or in a little bit before the year's out, you will forget about Michael Brown, regardless to what the verdict, whether that police officer is going to be indicted or not. It makes no difference. You have forgotten Trayvon Martin already. Then the black youth, you blame your elders, but at the same time you forget that you cannot stay black youth forever. Pretty soon you are going to become a black elder. So when you become a black elder, what did you do and what are you doing now to make you different from the elders that you blaming your situation on right now? What will you do? What have black youth done? They talk about the black elders have not done this and the black elders have not done that. But what have you done? You changed no law. You've done absolutely nothing in order to improve the condition. In fact, the reason why you are living as well as you're living right now, it is because you're doing it on the backs of some black elders. It is not my fault that we as a people can't get it together. Only a small handful of us strive and fight. And then the masses majority benefit and didn't do nothing at all, like some of y'all doing right now. Beyonce is Beyonce, Jay-Z is Jay-Z, and LeBron James, and all our people, all of you got these opportunities on the backs of those who are willing to die and suffer, but they don't care. What are the black youth doing? You have men like Farrakhan and Sharpton and Jackson. They should have set their butt down long time ago. But there is no black youth that's doing anything to take these men's place. And why is that? Youth means nothing when you have no brains. Youth means nothing when you have no plan, you have no goal. Youth means nothing when the only thing you want to do is live happy in your oppression. Youth equals life. But you follow the dead. You follow Jesus. You follow Muhammad. You follow Malcolm. You follow Garvey. You're wasting your youth on the cemetery. There's an old saying, young men for war, old men for counsel. But as a black youth, we've chosen to follow the wrong elders. An elder must represent separation. If they're not talking about separation, then you should not be following them. You should not be following up behind somebody that's trying to integrate you into a society and a nation that put you in the condition that you're living in right now. So it is no shock that you have a Trayvon Martin. It is no shock that you have a Michael Brown. When you lay with dogs, you get fleas. There will be more Trayvon Martins. There will be more Michael Browns. It ain't stopped. This has been going on for 400 years. I'm going to say that again. This has been going on for 400 years, and you act like it's a surprise. How is it a surprise? You're living among immoral people. These are the children that killed and murdered your ancestors. You think they care anything about us? No. They just don't want you to get mad and demonstrate your black youth and follow the right elder. Because that elder will lead you to true freedom, justice, and equality. Not integration with your slave master and their children. So you're going to blame myself as an elder. You're going to blame the elders prior to myself and on down the line for the hell that you catch. But at the same time, you think you're going to stay a black youth forever. What you going to tell the little babies that's being born right now, and you are an elder to them right now, what are you going to tell them? We keep following dead folks that's been in the cemetery. I love Malcolm. I love Marcus Garvey, Nat Turner. I love all our freedom fighters. But the living or the dead cannot help the living. You got to use your brain. You mean to tell me your brain is less than Malcolm? Your brain is less than Elijah Muhammad? Our brain is less than Marcus Garvey? Our brains is less than the Moors and the Egyptians? Our brains is less? But they was riding horses, and you drive a 2015 Cadillac. You're still begging for massa with all your education and all your money. You're still a professional beggar. What you gonna tell black youth when you become an elder? In fact, you are an elder right now. It's a black baby being born right now that's being put in the same position you are right now. So when they get of age and they look at you, what you gonna tell them? What you gonna do? What did you do? Now I'm still catching the same hell in 2045 because y'all didn't do nothing in 2014. So let us not be arrogant. Our problem is not our youth. Our youth is ready to battle. I will give you that. You're not as scared. You're not as scary. And you're not afraid of the oppressor. You're not afraid like your ancestors of the past who was afraid. You're willing to put yourself out there. What do you have to lose? But yet and still you follow up behind those who cannot guide you correctly because their minds is with dead folks. Their minds is trying to continue to live comfortable among those who brought you discomfort. Listen to your own brain. Stop listening to those who quote from dead folks. Old books, Bible, Quran, and all this quoting from all this stuff all the time. There's wisdom in all these old things. They can't help you none. Your brain is ready to give you the answer that you need. In the name, excuse me, in the name of my ancestors, peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition of the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. Of course, I am the gatekeeper and host of this particular program, known here on the World Wide Web as the mighty Angelsnupnup7. I am your brother and hopefully your friend, Taalik Ibn'rad. I would first like to give honor to my spiritual teacher on the, I would believe, the 117th birthday anniversary of the last messenger of Allah. We call him the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. With that said, I only have about 12 minutes, so I want to get straight to my subject matter. And the subject that I've chosen for these few 12 minutes is white people, Caucasian people. You are so smart. I give it to you. You are so smart. You are brilliant. You control the earth. You are like a god on this planet. I give you your props. Unlike some people, they might call you a devil. Well, a devil is also a god. But that's religious teachings, and I don't represent religion. I just want to talk to you straight up, as they say, from the hood. You are smart. You are very intelligent people. I give you, again, your props. You say, and you don't even have to say that you are supreme. The American Caucasian people say we're number one all the time. There is no other life on this planet greater, better than an American Caucasian citizen. You are number one and supreme. But when you call yourself number one, when we call ourselves supreme, and this goes to black folks or any other people on this planet, when you call yourself supreme, when you call yourself the greatest, that description puts an enormous pressure on you, on those who are making that particular claim, that you may not be able to, for a long period of time, live up to. Most often, we can't support or validate that claim forever. Since 2007, Caucasian or pink people have told me how smart they are. And I will say this, and I really don't have to say it, but this is not all Caucasian people, because some Caucasian people do have sense. They are in the minority. However, the majority have this crazy mentality just like I am describing. So I have been speaking here on YouTube or on social media for since 2007. And Caucasian people who don't like what I have to say always tell me that they have a bigger IQ, greater IQ than black folks. Black people are monkeys. Black people are violent. Caucasian people are less violent. Caucasian people, pink people, are the smartest, the wisest, the greatest. And if that's how you feel about yourself, I'm glad that you have that type of high self-esteem. That's great. But with all your intelligence, with all your high IQ, you also have this thing about speaking against Adolf Hitler, one of your Caucasian brothers. And no matter what you say, he was Caucasian, he was a pink man, he was still part of your race. But you talk about Adolf Hitler all the time, but yet you have not learned anything from Nazi Germany and the rise of Adolf Hitler. During the time of Adolf Hitler, of course, he did not like black folks either. He did not like Africans Americans either. But at the same time, how did Adolf Hitler feel during the Olympics, when American black people and perhaps other dark-skinned people that participated in the Olympics shined so greatly over his superior blue-eyed, blonde-haired men or women? The problem with superiority and making such a claim is that you know deep down inside that you cannot keep this going on and on. And then it's questionable how you became superior in the first place. Supreme people usually hinder the ones that they make inferior. Supreme people, you so supreme, but yet and still, those you call inferior, you put obstacles in their way. What is the need, and why is there a need for obstacles in the way of an inferior person? Did you know, black people of America, did you know that our ancestors who came straight out of slavery, I will say that again, that came straight out of slavery, advanced and were more successful than Caucasian people who were not in slavery? And did you know that once women began to get their rights in this nation, they began to quickly rise faster than the Caucasian man? If you are so superior and you are so supreme and so wise and so smart, why was there a need to begin lynching black folks, cheating us out of our money, doing all kinds of things to us to stop us from succeeding? Why is there a need to have what they call a glass ceiling so black people can't climb only to a certain height, so that women can only climb to a certain height? If you're so superior, if you're so smart, if you're so intelligent, why does the superior people, the superior man, why do they feel that there's a need to put obstacles in the way of those who are inferior? I want to say to Caucasian people of America and around this earth, if you are so smart, why are you and so many of your people gender confused? They don't even know if they're a man or a woman. They transgender, bisexual, trisexual, all kinds of sexual this and that and that. But you so intelligent, don't you know what your sex is? Don't you know who you are? You so smart and intelligent, and you have been constantly at war ever since you come into power. You don't know nothing about peace. You can talk about peace, but you don't know how to get peace, and you've been at war. The United States of America has been at war almost every day of its creation. Why is that but you so smart? Why are American people drunks and dope fiends and pedophiles and woman beaters? Why is all this but you so smart? What you are supreme and what you have become supreme in is supreme in evil. What you have become supreme in debauchery and wrongdoing. In religious teachings, a warner is sent to people like you, so smart, so arrogant, to show you the error of your ways. But in religious teachings, the prophets, the warners that come to people like you, what do you do to them? You kill the prophets. So Jesus had to be killed because he was coming to a people that had become in error. What had to happen to our people who rose up and told Caucasian people slavery was wrong? And what you're doing over here is wrong. When people speak out and try to tell you of your wrong, your evil, you kill them. Just like the example they give to us in Bible and Quran. You don't know your own history. The history of Europe shows evil where Caucasian people or pink people were doing wrong against each other. So you understand right from wrong. However, in the situation back then, and it continues now, is that when the victim is able to overcome the oppressor, those who rise begin to have the same mindset of the same people that was oppressing them. So although you know slavery was wrong, although America and Caucasian people all over this planet know that what they have been doing is wrong, and they know what wrong is, they've taken on the mindset of the oppressor because of material gain, because they like this sick feeling of supremacy, a false feeling of supremacy, because when it's all said and done, you can only be superior for a certain period of time. There's always going to be somebody more beautiful who can run faster, that can do all these different things. And then when you try to say that your people or your race is this, then you have a rude awakening that's coming to you. Like those wicked of the past, you're on your way to self-destruction. What you're on your way on to is a superior fall. There's nothing more embarrassing when you destroy yourself. It's nothing more embarrassing if you pull a gun on somebody and they take that gun and shoot you with your own weapon. That is what is happening in America right now. And there are many Caucasian people who are not going to call In the name of my ancestors, peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition of the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. Of course, I am the gatekeeper or the host, whichever you prefer, of this particular program, known here on social media. I'm known as the mighty Angelsnupnup7. I am your brother and hopefully your friend, Taalik, Ibn'rad. I want to first give honor to my spiritual father. As many of you know, this would be his 117th birth anniversary, I believe. And I give that honor and respect to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. And with that said, I have about 12 minutes, so let me get busy so I can say everything I say or want to say, not in a hurried manner, but within this period of time. I want to send a shout out to my brother Tyrone Thompson. We spoke on the phone not too long ago, and I just want to tell you, brother Tyrone, now it's not from me because you're an expert at this, but you have to continue to keep the pressure and keep banging on Tommy Sotomayor. And why is this? Why are you saying this, Angelsnupnup7? Well, first of all, let me make this very clear. I do not know Tommy Sotomayor. Now, from what I see, Tommy Sotomayor is a very articulate, intelligent, charismatic type of brother. And I have no problem with Tommy Sotomayor as a person. I don't know Tommy at all. However, Tommy Sotomayor, as well as myself and many others on social media, we put out what we call public opinion. And since we make our opinion public, that means we want everybody to know about what we thinking. So since we making that opinion public, then anybody who listens to that opinion, they have a right to agree, disagree, articulate however they wish to deal with that opinion. I have had over 100 channels destroyed. So clearly somebody does not like what Angelsnupnup7 has to say. There are those of you who say that Angelsnupnup7 used Tommy Sotomayor to get views. Well, I have been on the scene longer than Tommy Sotomayor, and people have, if you want to say this, use my name and continue to use my name to try to get views, and that's all right. That's public opinion. There are those who use the name of Michael Brown, President Obama, Michael Jackson, Trayvon Martin. Tommy Sotomayor uses videos, black girls fighting with weaves in their hair to get views. This is a public arena. Let us stop being silly and childish. This is the public arena. Everything is up, as they say, for grabs. Tommy Sotomayor has an opinion I feel, in fact, I know is detrimental to the black community, and we have a right, myself, Tyrone Thompson, and many others have a right to speak against that opinion, just as well as he has the right to speak against myself or Tyrone. Now, for the hypocrites that's out there, some of y'all say, well, why don't you just don't listen to Tommy? Well, put the shoe on the same foot, on the other foot. You don't have to listen to Angelsnupnup7. You don't have to listen to Tyrone Thompson. Stay with Tommy Sotomayor. You don't have to listen to what we have to say. So it goes both ways. Don't be a hypocrite. Stop being so childish. This is social media. I want to say this very quickly too now. It was a beautiful thing I thought, and I did leave a comment on Tommy Sotomayor's video, and I thought it was a beautiful action that he took when he bailed our brother Clifton Rainey out of jail. Wonderful. But also at the same time, why are you doing this? When at the same time, you still going to continue your rhetoric, spewing your hatred against black women. In fact, it was a black woman that bore or birthed Clifton Rainey. There was a black woman that birthed yourself. These black women who were also and are the same victims of Caucasian or pink supremacy in this nation, but you don't want to accept that. You don't want to accept that this behavior, this picture that some of our sisters demonstrate, that is not them. That is not. This is something that was formed from living in this decadent, racist, filthy, nasty society. That's where it comes from. They are victims. But now you want to try to make it as though they are the ones that are at the root cause of the problem. So I have to speak up and say different. Tyrone Thompson has to speak up and say different. You are going to bail a black man out of jail, but then you hate the women that bring this black man into existence. It makes no sense. Tommy Sotomayor represents victims of abuse, because victims always blame themselves for their victimization. So you have black people in 2000. So what you have here in Tommy's opinion is that what Tommy represents is victims of abuse mentality. A victim always blame themselves. They don't blame the ones who has victimized them. So you have in America black people with pride. Black folks call themselves nigger. At first, it was an evil racist slave master that called them nigger for 400 years. But they have been abused. American blacks have been abused for so long that they have found ways to justify. And they find pride in calling themselves nigger. So now the abuser don't even have to call them nigger no more. Hey, y'all, what's up, my nigger? Women have been abused by men for so long. Call women whores and bitches and so forth. Now women, I'm the baddest bee. Yeah, I'm a hoe. They say it with pride. This is an illness that comes from out of abuse. So Tommy Sotomayor represents the if you can't beat them, join them mentality. And success is material things. So you can be beat up by a man and you can be mistreated by a man, but as long as you can drive a Mercedes Benz and live in a beautiful house, abuse is acceptable. There are a lot of women right now today who are being taken care of men, being taken care of by these abusive men, and they won't say nothing and won't do nothing because they look like they're successful because they live in a big house, got lots of money, and so forth. And you have black people who have big houses and beautiful cars. Y'all got nice jobs, and you living and you think that you living good, but you are nothing but a victim of abuse. Because when it's all said and done, you still controlled by your oppressor. So if you can't beat them, join them. Yeah, well, at least I got $1 million. I'm a rich nigga. I'm a rich hoe. Oh, wow. Sickness. It is pure madness and sickness. So you have black folks running around, cutting their nose off, blonde hair, trying to look like the abuser, trying to look like the oppressor. You have women running around, they want to wear pants all day. They want to act like men. Copy and want to be like the abuser, want to be like their oppressors. Tommy Sotomayor represents slavery with no chains and injustice. Black people have a right to seek justice for our ancestors. We have a right to speak up for those who could not speak for themselves. And what we say is not a lie. It is the truth. And you know that we're not lying. And you don't want to accept the evil that this nation has done, like you have changed. If you have changed, then why is Michael Brown dead? Why is Trayvon Martin dead? How come black men are being shot and killed by so many racists all over this country? Abusers never want to hear about what they did. Abusers never want to hear or be reminded of their evil. Just like a criminal. When you go before the judge, criminals don't want to hear or see their rap sheet, because that rap sheet just verify this certain behavior and mentality. So you have Caucasian people that still live in 2014. They ain't no different than their ancestors from 1514. Ain't no different. So brother Tyrone Thompson, you have a right and you're good at it. Continue the heat on this opinion. Has nothing to do with attacking Tommy Sotomayor personally. It's this opinion. This opinion is detrimental. It is wicked, and it is a mental illness, and our people should not be tricked into accepting this type of madness. They've done it for 400 years. It's time for their minds to be liberated and made free. And Tyrone Thompson, you and I, we are the voices that will not allow and put our opinion out there so our young people don't continue to get caught up in the madness that so many have fallen victim to. And they are proud of being a victim. But yet and still they say, don't be a victim. Make up your mind. Thank you for listening. Jot down your comments. Tyrone Thompson, 100,000 black men against Tommy Sotomayor. Keep pushing it. This was and is the Realist Temple on earth. Because smoking cigarettes make you feel good. Drinking beer make you feel good. Crack cocaine make you feel good. Meth make you feel good. The drugs give you pleasure. The drugs make you feel good. That's why they do it. The people suffer from low self-esteem. The people living in horrible conditions. Light bill, gas bill, rent. I'm not making enough money. All these children. Give me some beer. Give me some alcohol. Give me some liquor. Give me some weed. I gotta get away from this too much going on. 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 The soul
Africa, Euro swag. Look at my pants. These ain't come from Africa, boy, they came from France. Eating like a bitch. Got a full tummy, y'all niggas pockets on Africa, Somali hungry. I'm moving past with my guys. Y'all still trying to wipe the flies off your fucking eyes. Send them in the mine, send them in the mine. Need more diamonds for my chain so that I can shine. My Nike's real, your Nike's Africa. Keep a lot of white girl like a bachelor. Getting in a lot of flips like a spatula. Then buying all Italian leather, no Africa. Fuck Africa. Fuck Africa. Send them in the... Yeah. Niggas gonna be mad at that, man. Fuck Africa, though. That's how I really feel. I don't even care. Nigga.
Hope you'll climb aboard next week on these same stations and you can bet your last money it's all gonna be a stone gas, honey. Always in parting, we're gonna wish you love, peace, and soul.
black people. It's all about the unity. There's nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody.
In a state of emergency. Prejudice. Wrote a song about it? Like to hear it? Here it go. Free your mind.
Keep it real.
What, dear?
Cause I keeps it real like that. I keeps it real.
I would like to take these few moments just to casually speak with us on a subject many of us have probably spoken of and had general conversations. So I would like to add my little opinion on the subject. And that is our spoiling our children. Spoiling our children. No matter how rich, no matter how poor, parents, because of love, we spoil our babies. Now, I personally do not have biological children, but just recently, children have come into my life. And prior to children coming into my life, being a single person with no children, when I watch parents, regardless of their economic stature, I wonder why they spoil their children the way they do. Why you can't put your foot down and be firm. Being a single person, you're not connected to another human being like that. You really don't understand that such a thing as putting your foot down, trying not to spoil your child, that's more easier said than done. So I began to think about it, and I began to understand that when love, when care is involved, this is part of a parent. And a parent wants the best for their child and wants to do what is best for the child. And you have that parental emotion inside of us that when a child cries, when a child hurts, as a parent, it is in your nature to step up to the plate to protect that child from harm. So when the child cries, you want to cease and put and desist that which is causing the child to cry or bring that child some type of harm. What I have learned and continue to learn, and brothers and sisters, friends and family, and those listening, even enemies listening to this broadcast, I am never, listen y'all, we should never be so arrogant to believe that we know it all. We should not be so arrogant to believe that we can't learn something every day, that we are know-it-alls. So although I have lived on this planet, I have been told, for over a half century, I am still learning, and we still learning to the day that breath leaves this physical body. So, in this, what I am saying to us, that we must stop judging people. We must stop judging children. We must stop this judgment that we have of other people. And the reason why we must stop judging people, regardless to who they are, because most times, in fact, chances are 95% of the time, we judge with prejudice. And we judge with prejudice because we have never walked in the shoes of the person that we're judging. We don't know. We don't know their experience. Because I am a single person, I am judging those who are parents when I have not walked in their shoes, so I don't know the full dynamic of what they're facing or what they're dealing with. It should be easy. And it is easy for a single person since I am not connected to another human being like that. We should stop judging others with prejudice. Many of us call ourselves black conscious. Many of us are pro-black, black nationalists, whatever we may call ourselves. This even goes to us, and it makes us grow as human beings, even when it comes to Caucasian people. We must understand that racism, the activity of Caucasian or pink supremacy, those involved in that, most of them were born, it is the only life that they know. Caucasian people as a people have been brainwashed through the generations by their leadership who chose this type of system or mythology in order to put themselves on top of the world. In order to grow or get to the top of the world, they decided we're going to crush those who are already in the world, the dark people of this planet. And we are going to get to do our labor and produce out of the dark people a super slave. And the super slave are the descendants of slaves born in America. And they called us Negro and gave us a brand new name. In fact, they call us black because black did not exist until a racist mythology came into existence, and they decided to color, to make those with dark skin, put them into a category so they could be more easily exploited. And we became black and Negro and colored, a brand new race or species of people that they bred up out of the dark people of this planet. So we are related to these people, but we are really not of these people. We are the products of genetic infiltration or genetic, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, they caused a brand new being to come from out of the dark people of this planet that they decided to exploit and destroy. So, being a Caucasian person, and they are also ignorant of the history, they are ignorant of what has actually happened and don't know. It is unfair and it is prejudice to continue to judge people when we have not walked in their shoes. Now, our job is to teach them just like we are teaching our own people. It is only fair it is just because many of them are ignorant. But many of them, that's not our priority, but they must also understand. And it is very difficult for some of these Caucasian people to understand because racism or Caucasian supremacy have put them in a position of advantage. Who would not want to be called superior? Who would not want to be or have an advantage over other people of this planet? So that is the reason why many of them will not listen to you or me when we try to explain to them what racism, what Caucasian supremacy really is and what has happened to both people in this situation. And of course you have descendants of slaves born in America. Slavery is the only life that they know. And they don't understand what has happened to us. But it is very easy to spoil a child. And when you have no children, it is easy to judge those with children. I will say this again. When you have no children, it is easy to judge those with children because you have not dealt with and have no idea of this interaction between parent and child. It is not easy as it may look. So, I took my child to a car lot. We have a certain budget in mind. And I tell this child that we have a certain amount of money that is allowed for this vehicle. And I do want this child because they are going to college. And I am not around a lot, so I want them to have a dependable used vehicle, but within a certain budget. So we walk around the car lot and we find a decent car. In fact, we find some decent cars, but the poor child, don't like any of the cars that's within budget. Then finally, we find a vehicle that is actually many thousands out of budget. And I said that we can't do that. That's out of budget. So, as many of you parents know, children, they pout, and I said we're going to have to go with this because this is within budget. If we buy the other vehicle that's out of budget, it's going to put financial strain on the family. And the child says, okay, I understand. But they all sad and droopy, and you know this is my first experience. And this affects the parent. In the name of my ancestors, peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition of the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. Of course, I am the gatekeeper or host of this particular program, known here on the internet as the mighty Angelsnupnup7. I'm your brother and hopefully your friend, Taalik, Ibn'rad. I would like for you to listen to me. You don't have to, but since you're here, just give me a few moments of your time and really just truly think about what I'm telling us. Are you ready? Here we go. Don't you know? I don't know if I have the appropriate time correct, but I do know that it's close to 100 years since Marcus Garvey. And the descendants of slaves born in America, we have had some of the greatest teachers. We have had some of the greatest orators. We have had some of the greatest freedom fighters that the world has ever seen. My spiritual teacher, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, he called himself the last messenger of Allah. However, if you believe in that ideology, this does not mean that out of the mercy of God that we still won't continue to receive warners. I am a warner to us, whether you like it or not. And out of what some of y'all in religion say, out of God's mercy, this God brings to us warners. And you need a warner because you have left up out of the realm of reality. You've taken religious teachings, you've even taken political ideas, and you made religion out of them, and you become lost in your delusions, in your fantasy, and your arrogancy, in these things that you created, not some God. And I am here to warn us who are descendants of slaves born in America that time is not going to wait on you. Time is not going to wait on you. Some of y'all think in this fight for black liberation, the upliftment of black people in this country, you think that this is going to go on forever and ever. You got all the time in the world to get your act straight. That's not how life is. That's not reality. Only the mentally dead will believe such a thing. Because when you're dead, or whenever anything dies, time no longer exists. Time is no longer a factor. The dead does not care, and it is not a requirement that you are in a line with time when dead comes to us, or when death comes to us. There is no doubt, brothers and sisters, that we who are the descendants of slaves born in America, you deserve healing. And you deserve happiness. And you should be put in a place, a better place, due to our 400 years of suffering. There's no doubt about that. That we, out of all, deserve to have a chance at heaven, or as in the Quran calls it, the hereafter. We should have the first opportunity to experience the afterlife. But since we are not in accord with time and we're not doing things in the appropriate manner, in your mind, time is going to wait for you. But that's not true. Not when you are among the living. When you're standing at a bus stop and you don't get there on time, then the bus will leave you. However, out of the mercy of the bus driver, should they see you trying to catch the bus, they might stop. However, if you were on time, the bus driver should stop and allow you on the bus. But time is not going to continue to wait for us, brothers and sisters, for you to get your act together. We as a people get our act together. Unfortunately, and the reality is, sometimes you can't help nobody. Sometimes people are doomed. When you go to a place of rehabilitation and you try to treat the cocaine addict, the heroin addict, the alcoholic, whatever, many of them will be helped. Many of them for a short period of time, they might look well, they will relapse. Some of them you can't help at all. That's the situation that we are in as a people. Some of you think that we are just going to be a saved people. That's not necessarily true. And that's not a reality, because that's not life. It takes the average, and it is normal, for 9 months to bring a child in this world, a human baby. And within that 9 months of development, the organs must develop in its appropriate time. Everything must develop correctly. If not, the child can be born dead already. DOA, dead on arrival. The child can be born with a physical handicap. The child can be born mentally challenged. The other word is retarded, and there's really nothing wrong with the word. They just don't like it. It sounds really bad. Mentally challenged. Or the child could be both physically handicapped and mentally challenged. This is what you're seeing among the descendants of slaves born in America. Some of us are being born dead. Some of us are handicapped and retarded. You see this in black liberation struggle. We are still, with all our so-called knowledge and information, you are still dead. In fact, the majority of y'all still worship the dead. You worship Muhammad, dead. You worship Jesus, dead. You worship Elijah Muhammad, dead. You worship Malcolm, Marcus, they all dead. And you give the living hell. And with dead people, time no longer exists. That's why you think you got forever. And you're not making and refuse to sacrifice and make the appropriate choices and take the appropriate actions in order to change the condition of us as a people. Only the living understand time. There's a time to eat, a time to have sex, a time to go to your job, time to go to the grocery store, go to basketball practice, football practice, choir rehearsal. The dead, that's not a requirement. There is no understanding. Time does not exist for the dead. Time has stopped for the dead. And although you are not physically dead, since you are still mentally dead, you think that time is going to wait for you. But it's not. Time has never waited for nobody that's alive. Animal, plant, anything living must do what it must do within the appropriate time. Because time waits for no one. And if you are not in accord with the time, and since you don't respect time, then time will eventually run out and you die. We must do things in the appropriate time, in the appropriate manner. You must begin to understand that you think that you are mentally awake or mentally alive. But the reality is you're still mentally dead. And you can argue with me all that you want to, but your actions verify and support and validate what I'm telling us. You continue to act and behave mentally dead, and pretty soon you're not even going to be physically alive. We keep talking about the genocide, the extermination, and the extinction of black people on this planet. That's going to become a reality because you refuse to act in accord with time and you claim that you are alive. And what do the living do with the dead? You bury them. You cremate them. You get them out the way because dead things begin to decompose and they stink. And they spread disease. So what is happening to the black man and woman, not only in America, but around the earth? You're being exterminated. You're in the way of the living. You need to be buried. You're decomposing. You're causing a great stench for the living. And in my conclusion, I want to tell us, there are many of you, you believe that you can go or you can build a new civilization in the condition that you are. You believe that. No. You still have the mentality of your oppressor. You still are covered with the mud. You must relieve yourself of all the things that you've grown to love and know in this life. You must begin to change everything. You cannot bring mud into a new house. So if you want to go to heaven, if you want to see the hereafter, you must rid yourself of all the mud that was put on you or placed upon us in this world's life. You and I will not be allowed to enter, nor will we be allowed to be the creators of heaven on earth. In the condition that we're in, smelling and carrying the muck and the mire of a decadent civilization and cultures and confusion. You don't even know who you are. You are Egyptian. You're a Hebrew Israelite. You're a Muslim. You're so many different things. Heaven and the hereafter is not confusion. And it surely is not a place of death. It is a place of life. Not to say men and women will not die in heaven or die in the hereafter. Because everything in our reality that's alive will eventually die. But these things that we can in the name of my ancestors. Peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition, perhaps rather exciting edition, of the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. Of course, I am the gatekeeper or the host of this particular program, known here on social media as the mighty Angelsnupnup7. I am your brother, and hopefully your friend, Taalik, Ibn'rad. I'm sorry I had to laugh, but you know, I said I am your brother, and hopefully your friend. You know, after this video, some of you definitely say, you ain't no brother of mine. Woo, let me get this. It's nice to laugh. That's good therapy to a certain point. But don't laugh your life away, because really you are in a position or you are in a condition that is really not funny. Now, my subject that I've chosen to speak upon in these few minutes is my additional commentary on interracial, some people say intercultural, whatever. It's interracial, basically. It's the interaction of races, or the intercourse of races or species of others. Interracial relationships. Now, in a perfect world, we would not, and there is no need to have such conversation. However, unfortunately for us, living in this period of time, but if it was in the appropriate time, which y'all can't wait for, because y'all got to have some Caucasian penis, y'all got to have some Caucasian vagina. Nobody else loves me. Black women reject me. Black men reject me. I just got to have love. I'm just so full of love. In a perfect world and in the appropriate time, there would be no need for this conversation. But of course, as you know, this is not a perfect world. So clearly, it is not the appropriate time. Because that which made it an imperfect world still exists. And it still exists because y'all still feeding it. And you're not taking the appropriate actions to destroy it because you love, so you want to give a false, image. You want this delusion that everything is sort of all right. It's getting better, when in reality it is not. It is not because you have not done things appropriately in the correct time. Interracial relationships. If we're going to use, there are other species or races of people on this planet, but I want to talk about the Caucasian pink black folks interracial relationship, because usually that's who we love. The people that enslaved our ancestors, that destroyed our towns, that destroyed our businesses, that shoot our young boys and young men in the middle of the street, who deny us proper housing, deny us proper employment, still to this day, we love. And if we get a little something, we really love, because now we're comfortable in the racism. And we really love because Paula and Jack and Annie Mae, they ain't like the other white folks. But yet and still, very few Caucasian people actually take a stand against the racism. Because if they took a stand, really, if the majority took a stand against the racism, there would be no need for me to say nothing or even have a YouTube channel dedicated to the things that I say. And I would be happy to shut my mouth. But because this is not a reality, then I have the right to continue to speak, to let young brothers and sisters and even older brothers and sisters who need to wake up their mind so they can see the reality of the situation that we're in. If a Caucasian person, if a pink person really love you, then they would love you enough to say, look, I know you have feelings for me, I have feelings for you, but my love for you, black man, my love for you, black woman, it is better that you find your love with somebody in your own race, in your own species there, because of what has happened in the past. This is not the right time. And you need to learn, black man, you need to learn, black woman, how to love yourself. Because chances are, if you love yourself, you wouldn't love me anyway. That is a Caucasian person that is speaking truthfully and in reality, not a deceiver and a liar. If you go out into the forest and you find an eagle that has been hurt, and then you take that eagle and you help mend that eagle and bring it back to health, do you keep it in a cage for a pet, or you let that eagle go back out into the wild and be a real eagle? There are people who have actually tried and still put an eagle in a cage and incarcerate the eagle. But yet and still they talk about how much they love. You did not find the eagle in a cage. You found that eagle, although it was hurt, out in the wild. You found these black people in a slave-like condition. We were hurt. And they put us in a cage called slavery for 400 years. But instead of releasing us, you decide and continue to make us your pet. If the black man and woman, the descendants of slaves born in America, if they were in their right state of mind, if they had any idea of what it really meant to be free, they would not want you. But since they are filled with self-hate, since they are products and have become domesticated by Caucasian people, then they have a love, a sick love for their oppressor or abuser. But again, in the right state of mind, just like that eagle, since that eagle knows what it meant to be free, that eagle is not interested in your love. That eagle wants to get out of that cage and go back from whence it came from. And if you had any kind of heart, and if you really love the eagle, you'll open up the cage, since now the eagle can fly on its own and go back to what it was doing. You'll let that eagle go. But just like Moses in the Bible, the prophet had to go to Pharaoh and tell that Pharaoh that God said, let my people go. So now there are voices like mine and many other black people telling the racist Caucasian people, let my people go. If you notice in these interracial relationships, the black person is always the European, has a European mentality. But you never see the Caucasian person trying to be an African, trying to be Swahili, trying to be Liberian, trying to be some type of African. It's always us still being a black Oreo cookie version of you. If it was the other way around, you would not care anything about interracial relationships because you don't lose nothing of yourself. But the black man, the black woman involved in interracial relationship, they have lost everything that is of them. They are not black. They are nothing but black skinned versions of Europeans. And you don't mind that. That's why you're comfortable with black people, because they're nothing but copies of you with black skin. If they were something other, you wouldn't like it. And you would have nothing to do with them. You would not love and want to love them. I take that back, because there are some Caucasian women, there's always exception to the rule, who don't mind trying to be African, trying to be black. They like the black culture. But that's not the majority. A good majority of you are fakes and frauds. If a dog, the Caucasian people's best friend, if the dog was not domesticated, and you know you have a dog as a pet, if that dog was not domesticated, that dog wouldn't have nothing to do with you. If that dog lived a wild life and could think like a person supposed to be able to think, but clearly y'all don't think that way, that dog wouldn't care nothing about you. That dog would not love you, and because that dog want to be a dog and go and be with other dogs. That dog would not care nothing about being with human beings. But because that dog has become a slave and domesticated, this dog has a sick love for a slave master that don't even look nothing like himself. It was because the dog was enslaved. And it is because of slavery, because black folks of this country have suffered 400 years of slavery and don't know no other life except slavery. They've fallen in love with the oppressor. They have fallen in love with the slave master. That is the reason why black people are attracted to Caucasian people, because we were enslaved. There's always exceptions to the rule, like I said earlier. But history, and many of you are history buffs, many of you know there is nowhere in history as a people In the name of my ancestors, peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition of the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. Of course, I am the gatekeeper or the host of this particular program. Excuse me, I just have something funny on my mind. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I am the Angelsnupnup7, the host of this particular program, known here on social media. Wherever you may find me, they call me the mighty Angelsnupnup7. I'm your brother and hopefully your friend, Taalik Ibn'rad. This is one of my videos. I am very sure so many in the quote unquote black conscious community, black nationalism, black whatever, they will become upset. And really, I could care less, because it is time for you to get upset and change your ways. Because clearly these ways are not working for you as an individual. You pretend they do, but it is not working. And surely it is not having the appropriate effect upon us as a people in order to change a horrid condition, to bring life to those of whom you call mentally dead. However, it says in scriptures in the Bible that the blind cannot lead the blind. So technically, since those of us who are making this claim, since truly in reality you are blind yourself, pretending you can see, sleepwalking, then it is no shock and no surprise to me that even though there are thousands of you out here, the people continue to remain in a horrid condition. Well, what about you, Angelsnupnup7? There are not thousands of people like me, but there are thousands of people like you. So the people are giving you an opportunity to show your stuff. What you gonna do? And you continue to fail. But you make pretty videos and you say pretty words to give yourself an illusion as though you got it going on. But then when reality sits in, you get upset because when you look in the mirror, you're looking at the face of failure. Beautiful words, and you might have a little something, but you claim as though you represent and want what is best for us and change the condition of descendants of slaves born in America, and you are far from getting the job done. In fact, you're going backwards, and you're staying in the past, and you're tripping off dead people that can no longer help us, and you reject and ignore the living that came from the black woman's womb whom you prayed for. You prayed for the existence of somebody like me. You prayed for somebody like King Noble. You prayed for somebody like Sarah Seti. You prayed for us. And we come unto our own, and our own receive us not. I want to ask you, who made up this word, black conscious? The only time I heard of this word, black conscious, is when I began to listen to videos and interact on social media. I'm black conscious. What is that? What is black conscious? I don't understand it. Someone has to really explain to me what it is, but I tell you of how I see it. I don't like the name black conscious, and I'll tell you why. Well, conscious. What is conscious? Conscious is simply being aware. If somebody is in a boxing ring and they get knocked out and you fall on the floor and they give you some smelling salts and they slap your face a little bit and they say, wake up. They just want to find out if you are conscious. Do you realize where you're at? Are you awake? That's all that it means. Conscious does not mean, and clearly, if you were knocked out on your backside in a boxing ring, conscious does not mean you're going to do anything. Conscious does not mean that you can do anything. It just means that you are aware. I understand. Yeah, I'm here. I see you. That's all conscious means. Then we have the word black. And black is simply a color. It does not mean melanin, because there are many things that's black. Does not necessarily mean it has melanin and all this pseudoscience that we hear all the time. Black is just a color. And the reason why we put black is because we were attacked by a people who called us black in order to make us inferior. So now we take the black and we try to make it positive. However, in the English language, we do know that black means cursed, unrighteous, evil, and so forth. It is a very negative description, and it was given or forced upon us as a people. And then we are trying to make the word black positive, but at the same time, look at the negativity and look what we do so that it would rather continue to describe black as evil, as unrighteous, cursed, and so forth. Even so, how conscious do you have to be that you're black? Don't you wake up every day? Don't you see your skin color? Dark brown, black, however you view it, we are called black people. This is something that you're so unconscious that you have to be taught. Even Uncle Tom Negroes know that they black. They might don't want to admit it, but in this world, we are called black people. You don't have to be that conscious to understand that. So let me describe some of these, quote unquote, not all of them. Matter of fact, many of you are good at heart. Let me make that perfectly clear. The majority of you are good at heart and you are sincere in your black consciousness. However, there are negative forces within black consciousness that gives you, just like in religion, there are many wacky Christians that make Christians look bad. There are many Muslims that make Islam looks bad. There are many people in black conscience that make what you call black conscience look very, very pitiful, pathetic, and bad. There are many calling themselves black conscious. They are sitting in jail for stealing from black people, for assaulting black people, even murdering black people, but yet they are black conscious. Black conscious don't mean you're going to do anything. Black conscious just means that I'm aware. But it's not enough to stop me from killing black people. Woo! Did you hear what I said? Black conscious just means that I'm aware, but it's not enough to stop me from making mockery of black people, murdering black people, stealing from them, lying on black people. It just means that I'm aware. Even so far to say, and we can even add so-called black nationalists. There's a black nationalist who actually called the police on me. I did not do anything to this person. Ask this person what I done, and they cannot prove and show no evidence that I caused them any harm that they did not deserve. So if I did anything, it was in response from being assaulted or attacked by a black nationalist. But this is a black nationalist, and I've never done anything to them, and they want to call, because they know of my past with the racist criminal justice system, they want to call the police and place false charges in order to get another black person locked up in the racist system. Then they're going to make a video talking about the white man or Caucasian people and the racist system, and they run around trying to get black people in the system. Y'all fake hypocrites. Woo! Black conscious, black nationalism, they so fake. What did a black man, what did anybody do to any of you? They deserve to be, you steal from them. Lie on them. Try to get other blacks in the racist criminal system. Murdering another black man. What did these people do to make you want to do that? But then, see, you just aware of your blackness doesn't mean that you love. It don't mean that you love black people. There are thousands of you who claim black conscience. And when you look at the thousands, whether you are sincere or insincere, when you look at the thousands of people that claim black conscience, first of all, again, conscience just means that you're aware. It don't mean that you're going to do nothing. But when you look at black conscious folks, thousands, they are confused. They are still filled with self-hatred, jealous of one another, divided, and above all, ineffective due to confusion, due to division, due to they are just being aware, but it don't mean they're going to do anything to change the condition. Lazy, couch potatoes, television watchers, video watchers. And in reality, they are scared of the racists. A bunch of comfortable Negroes. The majority of them hide behind pictures on social media. It's thousands of you who claim black conscience. Meaning, again, you're just aware that you black. You had to be taught that, which is a crying shame. And you're learning all these high sciences from Kemet and what these other people done and ancient people that you don't know nothing about. Ain't none of these people taught you nothing. Nobody from Kemet taught you nothing. Ain't no Hebrew Israelite taught you nothing. Ain't no Moor taught you nothing. All these are manufactured thinking processes that you trip on because you're afraid to face the enemy straight out. So you studying for what? It don't take much to study warfare. It don't take much to bang on the beast. What you need all this study for? What you studying? So we can know. Raise up the teachers. The teachers can teach the children. But again, just because you black conscious don't mean you're going to do nothing. Thousands of people in black conscious. And you know, and you're not, and have done nothing beneficial to our people. A bunch of hypocrites. In fact, I would even go to say that y'all are a bunch of Uncle Tom upgrades. Because if you're not doing nothing to face this enemy, and it's thousands of you, and you ineffective. In fact, you are hurting black people more than the enemy. Then you're a bunch of Uncle Toms, and you are an enemy to black people, because you only are aware of being black. But that don't mean you're going to do anything for the black, or you love black people. My time is running out. I just wanted to put that out there. If you think that you got a better argument, you can refute what I'm saying, bring it on. It's going to get shot down. With that said, jot down your comments. Love talking to us as a people. Wake up and face reality.
Right. Bro, you a genius. I ain't going to lie. This is like
bruh, you was a genius. I swear. You're gonna go down like Elijah Muhammad or Malcolm X with this one. You finna go down in history with this one. I swear to God, bro.
Well, I'm their child. You know, we all their children.
Yeah, but bro, you know, you your own. You different, bro. I mean, to think of that. I mean, bro, this is genius. Like, I don't just say stuff just to be saying it. Like, I swear to God, bro, you are really on something to come up with this. I don't know how you came up with this, but this is.
Well,
how did you come?
Good evening, soul brothers and sisters. This is Tangi Cox, the Black Sheep, and I am propositioning you to entertain just a little while of being in reality. And this is gonna hurt soul sisters and brothers because a lot of us cannot accept reality. I empower you to, for 1 year, to subscribe to the Reality Temple on Earth. And at the end of 12 months, draw your conclusion of what have you learned in that amount of time. I empower you. You will never, ever, ever think, feel, or entertain nonsense ever again, period. I would like to see my soul sisters and brothers awaken. This requires time. You need to spend about a year watching, researching, and looking. The Reality Temple on Earth is life-changing, and I stand on that.
You couldn't be so. You couldn't be so. You couldn't be so. You couldn't be so.
I am very inspired this day because right before I shut her down last night, I received an email from a person that describes themselves or him or herself as a Vietnamese person. And the reason why I bring this up, and I want to thank you for that letter. You know who you are. In fact, I want to thank everyone for all the different emails of encouragement and support for Brother Taalik and this forum I call the Reality's Temple on Earth. Thank you so much. Without your support, as many of you know, this channel was suspended before. And I already know if it is suspended again, y'all gonna bring me back from the dead as long as there's a need for what I have to say or present. I want to say this to some of my jealous brothers and sisters and other people who for some reason dislike or hate Angelsnupnup7. Because I haven't done anything to you. The only thing that I have done on YouTube is present my opinion. I don't go around attacking people, calling folks out of their names and all this. It is better to be quiet and just go about my business and leave you alone. Now, some of these people come to my channel. Now, if you come to my house and you want to start some crap, then we're going to have to get busy. But I like to say this. Now, some folks in the past and now don't think too much of Angelsnupnup7 because when you look at the views, well, I have over 800 some videos. And if you compare me to some of the heavy hitters on YouTube, I should be a little fella. And I am a little fella. I'm getting 2 views compared to thousands of views that somebody else might get. This is true. But at the same time, if you notice, even though I'm a little fella, if I show up in your neighborhood, if I show up on your block, I don't care how many subscribers you got, I don't care how many friends you got, I don't care who the hell you think you are. When I show up on the block with my little itty bitty self, you're going to have some problems on your hands. Because I'm just as powerful and just as influential as you are. Now, I'm not going to accuse YouTube of anything. But it's amazing how somebody with little views, now I do have a whole lot of videos, but that's on me. But with little views, few subscribers compared to many, it's amazing of how folks love to come and attack me and talk about me. If I'm so little, if I'm nothing, why are you making all these videos about me? Why is it Angelsnupnup this, Taalik that, and the Reality Temple, blah, blah, blah? It's because I might be little, but you know how they make laundry detergent nowadays? You don't need all that cups and cups of powder. It's concentrated. I got concentrated truth. I'm the bearer of real truth, concentrated truth. And y'all can't deal with it, so when I come on the scene, you submit and you bow down, you get the hell out the way, unless you stupid. That's the bottom line, and that's not really my subject. But in a way, it's sort of it, because this person who describes him or herself as Vietnamese said that the Reality Temple inspired them. They're not black. I get letters from Caucasian people saying that I inspire them. In fact, all over the world. So Angelsnupnup7, the Reality Temple on earth, is international. You don't hear me, do you? International. I get emails from Canada, Spain, England, parts of Africa, of course all over the United States, all over the world, China, Japan. It's just a matter of time. And if you hate me, you're going to even hate me and dislike me even more. When Angelsnupnup7 goes beyond YouTube. So then what you're going to do? This is power. But like my brother for lost souls always say, but you don't hear me though. This is more than about black power. This is more than about black liberation. The Reality Temple represents the upliftment of humanity, but we make black people, or those of us who are lost in America, those who are descendants of slaves in America, make the healing process begins with those who have been dealt the worst harm, who are in the worst condition. Just like when you go to the emergency room, those who suffer from gunshot wounds are going to be treated first before somebody with a scraped knee. The black man and woman in America, we are gunshot victims physically, because you see it every day. We are shot, stabbed, killed, hurt physically. But we are come from what I call dark Europeanism. We are nothing but dark versions of white people running around trying to find ourselves, and some of us don't want to try to find ourselves. We are happy being black white people. And all around the earth, the Japanese, the Chinese, the Spanish, and all my international friends understand what I'm talking about, because they have not lost themselves. But when they look at the so-called Negro or the black man and woman in America, they watch us. And they can't understand us because we're not carrying, we're not African. Because the Africans look at us and say, I don't see no African. What African in you? We are confused people. We don't know what the hell we are. Then when we grab some type of knowledge from the African continent or what we think should be ours, we don't have no idea where we come from. Africa is a big continent. And we have our lost history from that continent. So we have some of us wannabes. We want to be a Hebrew Israelite. Never met a Hebrew Israelite in our life. Don't know what it is. But here we go in the streets. We trying to be somebody we never met. We trying to be Egyptians. Because some of us say that we are related to Egyptians. We never met these ancient people. We never met anybody from Moorish. And people, the international people all around the world see this confusion in our mentality. They also understand when the Reality Temple comes to black people and tell us and advise us to let all that stuff go. Use your brain, create a new self. Bring something into being. We may have been Commissions at one time. We may have been Hebrew Israelites at one time. We may have been Moors at one time. But that's not what we are. You are too intelligent. You're too talented. Design your own destiny. Create your own culture. Become a new being. Be like the phoenix and rise up out of the ashes of slavery. The international community understands.
In the name of my ancestors, peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition of the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. Of course, I am the gatekeeper or the host of this particular program, known here on social media, the internet, or some of y'all still say the World Wide Web. However you view it, I am known as the mighty Angelsnupnup7. I am your brother, and hopefully your friend, Taalik Ibn'rad. I would hope that you would be patient with me, as this particular subject I intend to be very short, very brief. But I only want to bring to my audience and speak with you wherever you are, on Facebook, Vimeo, Daily Motion, perhaps some other channel. And yes, I am still, even after 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, after actually over 100 channels have been terminated from YouTube, I am still on YouTube. Whether you like it or not, because I know that you're listening. You can't believe how many channels that this ministry had waiting in the curtain. You tried to knock me out. But many of the old channels still stand, and now the new channels are coming up. And if you could see when the page was created, they are old. They are not new. Just waiting in the wings. So when YouTube decided to do its thing like it normally do against voices, against persons that really are and have a message to awaken and cause black people or anybody or any person to wake up and become a human being instead of this sheep covered by wolf skin, a real human being, then they, excuse me, I'm looking for my my drink here because my throat is a little parched, and throat get a little scratchy. But regardless, I'm going to speak with us within the next 15-20 minutes on this particular subject, and I want you to share your experience with me as well as the other viewers. But like I say, yo, I'm still on YouTube. And I would also like to thank, I don't know who you are, but there are persons who actually have been making also Angelsnupnup7 channels. So Google, your work is cut out for you, because YouTube is free. Now to our little talk. I want you to also bear with me because it's been a while since I've really been making videos, and I'm sort of out of sync, but with your help I can get back in sync. And I'm not talking about joining Justin Timberlake. Now, the subject that I would like to deal with is ex-friends of Angelsnupnup7 wish my destruction. I'm sorry. That is so funny, but I'm looking at these persons. They make videos and they really want something bad, and they really wish the destruction of this ministry called the Reality's Temple on Earth. Actually, they have a problem with me as a person for whatever reason. Ex-friends of Angelsnupnup7 wish his destruction. First of all, I'm not saying that you can't lose a friend because things happen. However, most times, the people that you call friend never was a friend to begin with. Actually, they were an associate. Somebody that you just talked to. They never was a friend. You cannot lose what you never had. And if a person is a friend, it's very difficult. It's not easy to get rid or separate yourself or get separated from a true friend. However, an associate or somebody that calls themselves friend but really they are not, then it doesn't take long that they show their true colors. In fact, I'm going to tell you a little secret, and you can use it too. Sometimes, in order to test to see if somebody really can truly be a friend, on purpose, I do something to make them angry. Do something or say something to make them angry, not just a little angry, I mean really, really, to the point where they could hate my guts. There's something I say or do, because I want to test, I want to see what I'm dealing with. When a person get angry, most times they can't keep it under control. And anger makes the real person come out of this guy or girl, or woman or man. Whatever they was thinking about you in the negative in their mind, because we cannot read minds. Whatever bad they was thinking, it'll come out. It was always there. Because a friend can get angry, but they'll question, what are you doing? Why are you like this? They want to know. They want to hold on to the friendship. But when somebody really ain't your friend, they don't give a dang. It all comes out in the wash. That's what they was thinking about you all the time. Now, you giving them a reason to let it all hang out. So, baby, let it all hang out. A friendship is much like a marriage. You could do this with your husband. You could do this with your wife. A friendship, just like a marriage, they are similar because they are relationships. And a relationship, a marriage or a friendship, is only as strong as what it is built upon. If somebody in that relationship, that friendship, if they have poor character, low integrity, then you can't expect much from them anyway. They don't have no loyalty to you. You must be loyal to your wife. You must be loyal to your friend. It's just like the old saying, if somebody get in trouble, you jump in the fight and you ask questions later. Your friend, your wife, or your husband, or your child, they could be in the wrong. But you ask that question after the fact, because your loyalty is with your wife, your child, your husband, your friend, your brother and sister in the struggle. That comes first. And hopefully they did not get you into a fight where they were in the wrong. And above all, in order to make any friendship, any marriage work, there must be true love. There must be love. So these ex-friends that I have that wish my destruction and don't want nobody to listen to Angelsnupnup7, no matter how positive and real this message is, because they mad. Childish people. Infantile people, because they mad. I don't tell folks, don't listen to so-and-so. Don't be friends with so-and-so because I'm mad. See what I'm talking about? Childish. Poor character. And above all, they have no real love for you. They never cared anything about you to begin with. There was some other reason, and they might not even know. But it was not love. It was not respect. It was not honor. There was no loyalty. So I could care less about those who called themselves friends. That was brown-nosing me. All up my backside. As long as I was doing what they want me to do. Or I was doing something they approved of. But as soon as I did something or said something they don't approve of, it's a whole different ball game. They are exploiters and users. And that's not what I represent. And that is who and what the enemy do. So these people are no better than the racist pink people themselves, who suffer and don't love nobody. Poor character and integrity. Criminals. I was taught in the Nation of Islam that whatever you have, half of that belongs to your brother or sister. And I would like to ask those in the Nation of Islam or anybody who speaks like that, do you really mean it? Because I don't see it. I don't see us sharing half of what we have with others. Not half. Brother, I'll buy you a bean pie, but you can't come and live in my house. I know half the house supposed to belong to you, but I don't want you in the house with my wife and my children. No, you can't share my car with me. So why do we lie? If I'm your brother, if you love me and I love you, whatever I have, I'm happy to share it with you. I met a brother, didn't know him from nobody. I allowed him to drive my car. It's not much of a car, it's mine. Gets me around. And if he wrecked it, I know he could not afford to replace it. But I did not mind sharing what I have with him. Did he appreciate it? No. No, he don't appreciate nothing. Because he was infatuated with me for some reason for a while. But no real friend and associate. Saying that I lack character. Saying that I lack integrity. But when you ask them to prove it, they can only talk about what they don't like about somebody, but they can't tell you how a person lacks integrity or character in the real sense. Some made up, make-believe stuff. How many in the Nation of Islam, how many brothers and sisters who say half of this belong to you really would give you half? Very, very few. They don't want to give too much of nothing to anybody. In fact, you see how separated everybody is. This man over here, this woman over there, this child over here. You don't see that type of behavior where we share. Everybody doing their own thing. Even those who claim they are together. Listen to me. Even those who claim they are together. Look how separated they really are. Doing their own thing. Might be under the same umbrella, the same belief system, but everybody's still separated. And they call themselves brothers and sisters and friends. It is all false. It is all a lie, because you can see in their actions and behavior that's not true. If you're my friend, if you're my wife, if you're my husband, and we say and make a vow to death do us part, and I love you, how can that suddenly turn into all-out hate? And you have people who have been married for years, and you have people that say, I love you, we friends. Then it don't take long. Next thing you know, they hate your guts. That's because they never loved you, or you never loved them to begin with. Because a real friendship, a real marriage is hard to dissolve because it's like a diamond. It's hard to cut. It's hard to break. But when it's easy like that and fall apart, it never existed to begin with. You can tell a marriage between two people that actually love each other because things happen and they understand that. But they are still civil and they are still cordial even after the divorce. Not only for the sake of the children, but they actually had a love for one another. But they understood something caused them to change where they can still love one another, but they cannot be married to one another. And that's humanity. That shows your civilized self. But when we have been under the mentality of a beast, living in a violent culture, we find it better to try to knock somebody out, degrade somebody, try to destroy Angelsnupnup7. Because I'm mad. I have never done anything to these persons. Nothing. If I did, please explain it to me. How did Angelsnupnup7 cause you any harm? Because if I cause you harm, if I cause you damage, I will be happy to pay you for those damages. I will be happy to apologize for the harm that I caused you. But they cannot come up with anything. Ex-friends of Angelsnupnup7 wish his destruction. Well, you troll me. What is trolling? What is this troll thing you talking about? Trolling is you come on their Facebook or their YouTube page and I'm supposed to be their friend, but I disagree with them. I don't have to hide. But the only thing you're going to do is block me so people can't see that I am talking sense in comparison to the madness that you're saying that you cannot prove. You're supposed to be my friend just because we are friends. Just because you're my wife or you my husband. Well, I don't have a husband. I'm just saying in general, y'all. Husband and wives, children and families, everybody disagree with what somebody say or do. That does not mean we don't love one another. I have sisters and brothers and relatives that I love. I disagree with them and I will fight them tooth and nail against an opinion that I think, that I know is in error. But that does not mean that we are enemies. We are still uncle, cousin, aunt, grandmother, whatever. But you have people get so upset because you don't agree with what they do or their lifestyle. They hate you. Well, go on. You never was my uncle. Physically, you are. You never was my uncle or my grandmother or any of these people by blood. So go on about your business. I'm happy to get rid of you. And you should be happy to get rid of these suckers. Just like Elmer Fudd said, good winnings to bad rubbish. Bye. Adios. Believe me, I feel much better now that these idiots who don't want to do nothing in this struggle anyway. If you my friend, then you're going to be part of this black struggle and we are going to do something together, some type of action in order to bring forth to the people Not only just talk about this or that. I went to Chicago. I went to different places. And on YouTube, these people talk. But when you actually go and meet them and want to shake their hands and let's do this in person, then they punk out because the only thing they want to do is talk. Make videos. Put up pictures on Facebook and all this other corny stuff. I was not raised like that. Whether you like him or not, I came up and was raised up under the guidance of the most honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And as a member of the Nation of Islam under his leadership, Minister Farrakhan did not play that. We always was doing something. We always was in the street. We always was active. There's only 24 hours in a day. We was trying to make it 25. These people don't want to do nothing. So go on. The only thing they want to do is talk. What have I done to them? There never was a friend. Just an associate. Some crap that I attracted to on social media. They don't like you because you disagree with them. They can move out. You can disagree with anything Angelsnupnup7 says. I still respect you. I still honor you. And anything that you do of good, I will do if I can support you. I'm not like them, friends. Now, they don't want nobody to listen to me. Now, they want my total destruction on social media. Well, is it working? Am I being destroyed? Google has been trying to do that since 2007. 100 channels destroyed. And what Google and what these nutcases don't understand, it's not about Taalik Ibn'rad as a person, because Taalik Ibn'rad as a person, I suffer error. I make mistakes. I try to do better once I understand those errors and make those mistakes. And I get stronger and I'm better for it instead of making excuses for error. The message, the reason why the Reality's temple on earth is like a phoenix coming from up out of fire is because it's not about me as a person, but justice. The essence of justice. If there is an essence, if there's an aura for righteousness, then I am just a vessel for that message to come to humanity, not only to black people in America. It comes to black people in America first because we are in the worst condition. However, it is for and a message for all of humanity without a religious influence, because religion has become corrupted. And religion has become infantile. It has become delusional and fantasy-like. We don't need that anymore. And it is used for those who know how to control religious teaching as a tool to exploit instead of build you up and make you better people, instead of highly evolved robots and slaves. That's what it's about. I don't want you to be my slave. I don't want you to be a robot. I want you to do you and be you. Most of you don't even know that you are only copying somebody else. You're a robot. Be who you are. Enjoy your life. Life was given to you. Don't try to be somebody else. That's their life. Understand you and be happy and enjoy your life. And trying to copy what somebody else, how they live their life. So the message is not about me. Those who listen to the message, those who enjoy the words, understand perfectly what is happening here. It is the change of humanity as we know it. And now, all over this planet, people are listening to Angelsnupnup7 in Korea, in Iran, Vietnam, the UK, Australia, China. I get emails still from all over the planet. The word is spreading little by little. And it don't necessarily have to be called the Reality's Temple. The message is getting, and people already know. They just want how they feel to be verified. It's already inside of you because it's time for a change in the human being, regardless of race. It's not about color. It's not about skin color. That's part of the sickness. It's not about male supremacy. It's not about, those are part of the sickness. And now you have been praying and you have been asking for a real solution to this problem once and for all. And now it is coming from out of the womb of women. But those who benefit from this madness, they want to hold on to the insanity as long as possible. And that's who you should be angry at. Those who made a fool out of you and continue to make a fool out of you. I have not done nothing to you. Not interested in you. But fighting a higher power. You don't mean nothing. You're a victim, just like I am. I'm going to bring this to conclusion, our little talk. And when the people, they are just listening and trying to understand, because really this is new. And it is much different from what we've been holding on to for the last few generations. Because we think that everything is about race and color and culture and all this stuff. But it's not. And gender is not. But when the message begins to be comprehended and understood, the trouble comes when people begin to act upon it. Not only here among descendants of slaves born in America, but among all the peoples of this planet. Then the wicked, the unrighteous, as they say in religious terminology, y'all in trouble. And y'all fake friends, of whom I will remember. You better get your act together, because you're going to be in trouble too. For messing with somebody ain't do a dang thing to you. Just go on about your business. I'm not bothering you. Could care less. You angry. You already know. You already knew. I don't advocate homosexual behavior. I treat a person like I want to be treated. But I don't advocate that behavior. It's unnatural. You already know that's my position. And it's true. I don't advocate interracial relationships. I'm not into that. It does not benefit black people, interracial relationships. Not only with Caucasian people or pink people, that's who y'all prefer, but anybody at this time. Everything must be done in time, and y'all are out of time, and you're not doing things right. That's why you're still stuck and you're in trouble and you're confused. Maybe that's because your mouth is full of somebody's penis or licking somebody's vagina. You're nasty, you're filthy, your mouth is filthy, and you do nasty things. You cloud your mind with evil and wicked, trifling, and you want good things to come up out of all that. It's not happening. I don't advocate integration. I advocate separation because it is in the best interest of us as a people. Then, if we continue to do the things that we do once we are separated, then those who talk about black folks this and black, now you are justified because now we are outside of your influence. But as long as we are here living in the mud, and as long as we are covered with mud, and we are not the creators of the mud, and we do not throw ourselves in the mud, then we have the right to blame those who put us in the mud. Some of us can wash ourselves off, but many of us, in fact the majority, cannot. So yeah, we blame the people who threw us in the mud that caused us to be dirty to begin with. Because anything that we are, you made us the way that we are. The so-called Negro, the descendants of slaves born in America, what many of you don't understand is that we are a product of Caucasian people. Regardless to whether you came from the Moors or Egypt or wherever we came from, or Africa, however, or maybe some of us are Native American people, the real Native American people, who knows? Regardless to that, what you are now is a product of the racist Caucasian people of America. They produced us and they made us who we are. We're trying to come up out and find ourselves. But we are staying so long in this lane of confusion. You got to stop being confused and get on a path, set yourself a goal, and go where you need to go. Too many people saying and doing too many different things. And as long as you stay confused, your enemy gonna keep boxing you upside your head, keep kicking you in the groin, because you confused. Some women have called me divine masculine, but when they get angry, oh, he tried to rape me. Oh, Angelsnupnup7 stalking me. Silly stuff. When you ask them, how did Angel rape you? How is he stalking you? They can't explain it. They just want to run in their mouth just talking, hoping that you would believe the lie so that you don't listen to words that's good for black people, for real. Once and for all. I had a sister tell me I am the Joshua of the Bible. Then she gets angry at me. I'm a stalker. How was I just a few minutes ago Joshua? Now I'm a stalker. Oh, I just made a mistake. Silly people. You don't deserve to be free. You're too silly, too childish to be free. You need some parent to help you, no matter how wacky that parent is. So as long as you stay a child, these Caucasian people, they're going to be your mama and your daddy, whether you like it or not. And you can holler black power all you want to. Because mom and daddy provide jobs for you, give you food, clothing, and shelter. Shut up. You don't impress me, and you don't impress them either. I must be real. I cannot change what has been given to me because I really didn't develop it myself. It is based upon what we have already been given and stepped up a few levels. And we still need to go on. But we can't go on till first we become free and get away from out of the influence of wicked people. You really don't know what is in your best interest. You think that you know, but you really don't. Because if you knew what was in your best interest, then your condition would be better. How many years have it been since the red, black, and the green Marcus Garvey? Is your condition better, or is it worse? Or is it stable? I want Angelsnupnup7 destroyed. Well, on YouTube, because Google has now a personal vendetta against me, the only reason I have been slowed down on YouTube is because Google, just like King Noble, Black Supremacy, and Sarah Sunseti and many others, because Google tear down our channels. But yet and still, if I choose, once I begin to post videos, the Reality's Temple come right back up. If the people did not want to hear what I have to say, it is impossible for me to really stay. Google don't have to tear down the Reality's Temple. The Reality's Temple will fall by itself. But there's a message, and there's something that the people, regardless of race, they are hearing in the word that makes the temple, even when you cut it down, it comes right back up, should I choose. And then you want the destruction of Angelsnupnup7. But you forget, there is other social media. Because I am doing fine on Facebook. I am doing fine on Daily Motion. I'm doing fine on Vimeo. And people still have heard and they know of Angelsnupnup7. And it's very difficult to destroy Angelsnupnup7 when many of the major players that's on social media, from Tommy Sotomayor, Sarah Sunseti, Brother Polite, Nacho Tahuti, Sarnetta, all these people that you can think of, they know Angelsnupnup7. And even they, whether they might say it or not, they respect what comes from up out of this ministry. And they are civil and they are cordial because it's better just to be solid than talk a bunch of crap that you can't back up. And I don't want you to back nothing up. We are on the same team. That's what you don't understand. Just because we disagree don't mean that I hate you. When I bring you something, I am making a valid argument why you are in error. If you can show me that in what I'm saying, I will take that in consideration honestly and sincerely. You should do the same. I'm not looking for fame. I'm not looking for celebrity. I'm looking for, in my lifetime, before the breath leaves this body, I would like to see and know that I had something to do with our people finally being liberated and achieve real freedom. Not this fake stuff, but real freedom for a change. Black man and woman of America, we who are descendants of slaves, you deserve to be happy for a change. You deserve to stop and people stop making mockery of us and exploiting us, abusing us, raping and murdering, stealing from us. I don't have time for false friendships. And you should be tired of false friendships also. You need somebody like the Jesus of the Bible who loves you. And I love us. And there are many of us who love us. And if we love us like this, why are we so separated? We got to stop it. Stop the foolishness. You shouldn't be an ex-friend. You should have been a friend. And we stand together and work out our problems. No matter how long it takes. No matter what we got to do. And be mature human beings. I agree with Tommy Sotomayor. But maybe he don't believe his own words. Because sometimes you got to give a little to get a little. Sometimes you got to compromise your position. If you really mean what you're talking about. And he says these things, but don't want to compromise himself. I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. So our people can see us as leaders. Because all of us out here in the public that's talking, we are the leaders. We are the head. And the body ready to follow. But the body cannot follow the head when the head is drunk, when the head is confused. You ever watch a drunk person go down the street stumbling? The masses are not going to follow the head and can't follow the head when it is confused, when it is drunk, when we have become insane. So with that said, thank you for listening. And I don't want to say I am the Angelsnupnup7 and hopefully your friend. I want to be your friend. I want to be your brother. I want to be your uncle. I want to be your father. I want to be your grandfather. We should be family. We have enough problems as is. There's enough people in the world that hate us. Then we turn right around and we hate ourselves. No more, I say. No more. I don't even make videos responding to these people because I could care less. It means nothing. There's bigger fish to fry. And plus on top of that, with all humility, they can't handle it anyway. So it's a waste of time. It's not even a challenge. Especially when they know they are in the wrong. I have not done anything to you. You don't like me. Go on about your business. You don't want to be my brother. Go on about your business. You don't want to be my sister. Go on about your business. Good riddance to bad rubbish. We didn't have a choice. We was already doing for ourselves. Even with all the oppression, we were accomplishing things far greater than the black and blacks have done. They've done very little. Except bring you the teaching, the belief. Because that's all teachings is, I believe. We don't need to believe no more. We need to know.
There's been so many things that's held us down, But now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting our show together, we're polishing up our act. And if you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Well, don't you let nothing, nothing stand in your way. I want y'all to listen, listen to every word I say, every word I say. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove. Ain't no stopping. I'm a soul man, no. I'm a soul man. Yes, I am. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man, Lord.
Peace forever and always. My black people, it's all about the unity. There's nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody moving me. Like at the king, we make it plain and simple. Bringing knowledge and fire at reality's temple. Reality's temple. My black people, it's all about the unity. There's nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody moving me. Like at the king, we make it plain and simple. Bringing knowledge and fire.
Peace forever and always. This is your brother Taalik, Ibn'rad, and I'm here with the brother SNIFFY.
Black power.
Power! I enjoy myself. This is the man, I'm telling you. Now, he's shorter than what he looks on TV. All of us little guys, we just got that power built up. This man brought me out of retirement. Okay? Now, brother, you told me, you said I'm a shocker. What you mean by that, bro?
Yeah, he made all them videos on me, and then he came and started lying. Now he on the team. You know what I'm saying?
I'm always on the team. I just don't like seeing brothers, at each other's throats.
Sometimes it's necessary.
Sometimes it's necessary, but we on tape right now, and of course y'all know I'm on this thing, this kick about black unity, and I'm here with brother SNIFFY, so I'm gonna ask him out of his own mouth. You down with our black unity?
I'm down with black unity as long as it's down with black power cartel.
Right.
For sure. If it's not down with black power cartel, I can't be down with it. So hopefully we can work this out.
Right, that's where it starts out. Begin to have a somewhat start so we can have a good place to go. This is your brother Taalik Ibn'rad with the powerhouse, SNIFFY. This was and is the reality temple.
I'll be getting back with you, family. Black power. Black power. This your brother SNIFFY, and I'm black at y'all ass again with this real fucking talk. Black power. I want to deal with a very, very serious question today. And I throw this out, in good faith. I really don't care whether you like it or not.
So, you know, you feel free to comment as you please, which I know you're going to do anyway. But the question is there a God? You know, is there a God out there that everybody keeps saying exists in the sky? We need to get some real information about if there is a God, how we can contact him or she and get some first-hand information from this God. You know, I declare myself that the only God that I know of is my mama. And you know, my mama birthed me. Okay? I didn't even know my father until I was born through the womb of my mother. You know what I'm saying? So when it said, let there be light, there was no light until you came through the womb of your black mama. See? You know, the birth came first. All this information that you niggas is discarding on a daily basis, that shit came much, much later. You see? You know? I sat back and I thought about a whole lot of shit to myself. I say, damn, man. You know, when you look at creation now, look at it. Look at it. Everything comes into existence. It automatically knows what it is, what it's supposed to do, and it automatically go to doing it all without instructions. Everything. If you watch anything in nature, when it comes into being, when it comes into existence, it automatically knows what it is, what it's supposed to do, and it automatically go to doing it all without instructions. The only thing in creation that needs instructions, a book, to be what it's supposed to be, is niggas and slaves. That's it. See, we've been raped of our innate black divinity. See, we were born divine. See, that sin shit is a trick bag. See, you born into sin. Goddamn, you in debt before you born. They don't even know you gonna goddamn be born. Don't even know you. But when you born into this world, regardless of your divine destiny laid out for you by the Creator, you born into sin. You born already in debt. To who? To who? To who? You see? And so, you owe this God. You owe this God. So you got to spend all of your life trying to pay off this God you in debt in. You see? That's the trick back. But who's the representative of this God? It's always a middleman. You never talk to God. You never talk to God. You always talk to the middleman. When you go into the confessional, it's a man on the other side of that confessional that's hearing your plea, hearing your trials and tribulations, hearing your supposed sin. It's a man on the other side of the confessional that's going to give you a means by which you could correct your sin. And more likely it's going to involve you putting some goddamn money in the plate on your way out. Because ain't none of them goddamn churches functioning without some type of economic program going on. And so we have to realize that just like a man, just as a man speaks for God in the confessional, it's not God telling you what you should do. to make the correction for whatever sin you say you committed. It's a man that's creating more and worse sins than you ever thought you could commit. He's on the other side telling you how to dictate your spiritual life. Huh? A man is doing that. And so just like there's a man on the other side of the confessional speaking for God, that same man is speaking for God in the book. Ain't no God wrote no book. Ain't no God got no publishing company. Huh? God, it's a copyright on the Bible. Well, who own it? God? Who say it? Did God fill out the copyright application? Did God fill out the publishing application? Who says that this man is in charge of God's copyright? God's publishing rights? Huh? And so we in a trick bag. It's just like the genie in a lamp. The genie been tricked into the goddamn lamp through ego. See? Through wealth. Through riches. Through, whatever lured the genie in. Just like the rat and the mouse is led to the trap by cheese. Niggas will go in the Bible and say, oh, it says you should be good to your neighbor. You should love your mama. All the things that any rational person would identify with. That's cheese, nigga, to lead you into the book. You understand what I'm saying? Any rational mind would agree with that. But the rest of the shit, the sin. You understand? God created a woman from a goddamn man's rib. Giving, putting the weight of the world, all the world's sins on woman. Huh? All the other things where all the African tribes in the book are cursed. Oh, curse be Canaan. Curse Ham. Curse Egypt. Curse Ethiopia. You see? They've taken away our black divinity. And sprinkled a little black on, said, well, they black. They black. They don't love Africa. They don't have no love for Africa. So he might be black, but he's not African in spirit. You see? And so we have to look at this. Because until we get back our black divinity, and we can't be taking these religions and making them black. That's only sprinkling sugar on shit. It go down a little easier. Woo, but when it hit the bottom, god damn, you gonna know about it. You gonna know about it, nigga. You can't sprinkle sugar on shit and serve it to people and call it Jello. It don't work, family. You got to have a rebirth of ideas and spirituality.
Spirituality, religion, has become the greatest Achilles heel and the greatest weapon our oppressors use against us to keep us down. I'm spiritual. We must learn spirituality. What is that exactly? What do you mean by that? You have the word spirit. And in the English language, spirit means it's the essence of a dead person. Then you have the other end. I'm not no English major, but I'm going to the other end of it. What do you call the other end of this word? Anyway, it's rooted in the word ritual. Spirituality, ritual of the spirit, or worship of the dead, because spirit is the essence of a dead person. So we have become obsessed with the worship of the dead. Oh, I love Malcolm X. Well, Malcolm X is deceased. When Malcolm X was alive, y'all gave him hell. There was no real love for Malcolm X. I love Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey is now deceased. And when Marcus Garvey was living, you didn't care too much about him. Oh, I love Martin Luther King, deceased. We love dead people. Oh, please. I love me some Jesus. Last time I remember, Jesus is deceased. Oh, of course, he was raised from the dead. There's no proof of that. But we do know that, according to the scriptures, he did die. So he still fits in that deceased category because we love. Oh, we love. And we love. And we grovel and we spit and we jump for joy over dead people. But we give living people pure D hell. But see, in order to worship the dead person, the mistake that you're making is that you have no respect for the living. Because spirit is the essence of a dead person, but you cannot have no spirit till something dies first. You can't get a spirit till something dies. And death is something that is unknown, so we have a fear of the unknown. And this is childish behavior. This is infantile behavior. It's a grown-up version of the boogeyman. Because the boogeyman, when you tell the story of a boogeyman, it's something that you don't know exactly what it is. It comes to us in the dark. And we are afraid. And you tell, when you was a child, you tell your mother and father, oh, please, don't let the boogeyman get me. And you say little prayers, please, boogeyman, don't get me. And when you get grown, you do the same thing. And you ask Jesus, and you ask Muhammad, and you ask all these beings or whatever that you worship, please don't punish me. Please don't let the boogeyman get me. See, that's what it's all about. It's childish behavior. It's infantile behavior. You have no respect for the living. But you give all your soul to the dead. So a person has to die. You don't go visit nobody. You don't call nobody. You don't write nobody. But as soon as they die, you get in your car and you drive 800, 1,000 miles to a funeral. And then you praise this person and you talk about this person after they die. But when they was living, you didn't send a postcard, no telephone call, no visit. All of a sudden they did. We have an obsession with the dead. So we have our leaders and our upcoming rising leaders that's trying to be born. You have no respect for them because they're living. And the only thing on our minds is worship of the dead. And why do you worship the dead? You like Malcolm X, you like Marcus Garvey, and you like sick people that's ready to die. You like this because you can make them whatever you want to make them. But see, you're doing yourself a disservice because only the living can help the living. The deceased have gone to, I hope, a better place or wherever it is. They are no longer interested in your affair. Only a living person can help us. So instead of worshiping the dead, if you're going to be spiritual, then you should be finding the essence of that which is deceased that made it alive at one time. That's what you need to be doing. Because once something is deceased, once it is dead, it no longer exists. It no longer, time no longer is in effect. And you're living in time. Nothing dead can help you. In fact, the living is the one that moves the dead. The living puts the dead in the coffin. The dead can do nothing. You got it backwards. It's the living that helps the dead rather than that which was dead can help the living. Once it is dead, once it no longer exists, it can no longer help you. But we have this obsession. I'm spiritual. We have to understand spirituality. Then you are understanding, then you have an understanding of death of which you don't, because death is unknown. The only thing you can do is worship the dead and practice your ritual of the spirit. That's the only thing that you can do. When you should be concentrating on living, because you will learn what death is sooner or later anyway. What's the rush? But we have a fear of death. We have a fear of the unknown. When you are living and you should be learning how to know. And when you know, you can grow. So I'm not interested in your spirituality. It does nothing for black people, and we should reject all these different things. That's why you can't grow and you can't move forward as a people. You expected somebody dead to come save you, and it hasn't happened then, and it won't happen now. Thanks for listening. Jot down your comments. Time is out. In the name of my ancestors, peace forever and always. Welcome to another edition of the Reality Temple on Earth. Of course, I'm the gatekeeper of this internet ministry, known here on YouTube, Facebook, Daily Motion, Vimeo, and perhaps some other places, MySpace. I'm known as the mighty Angelsnupnup7, your brother, and hopefully your friend, Taalik, Ibn'rad. I'm sorry, but this particular topic just makes me laugh. We love to argue and debate over everything except the things that's really most important, that really mean something. But I just wanted to spend just a few minutes on this particular topic and give my little 2 cents in, and I'm ready to shut up. The topic is right here. Is it up there? Okay. The topic is, did men, were we was a human being created by God, or did we evolve from apes? And this question is answered, there's many answers. Of course, in the religious community, many would quickly say, of course, God made us from the soil and raised us up, and God did it. Then, of course, many of you who look to the scientific community to bring answers, you will say that the human being, we were evolved from apes. Then there's a new black version that has come along, and black folks was created by God, and it was the white people who came from black folks that tried to mutate themselves back into black people and messed up and got an ape. And they said that's the reason why white people said, well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. I don't know, the whole thing. Woo, but look at this, y'all. Okay. Now, my thing, what difference does it make? Because the bottom line, in our reality, where's my sign at? See, in our reality, it doesn't make any difference. Because your reality does not evolve an ape or God or none of this. The reality is your mama and your daddy laid down, did a little something, something, and next thing you know, you came into being. Regardless to how the first human beings came into existence, whether it be God or you evolved from an ape, it makes no difference. The way that you came on this planet was via somebody jumped in the sack or the back seat of a car or in a hotel or whatever. We know somebody had to do to get us here. You have to stand, you have to crawl before you can walk. Now some of us, let's just say for instance, some of us just cannot stand the thought, I know I didn't come from no ape. I didn't come from no monkey. Give me a banana. We don't want it. The thought of coming from an ape bothers us. It's so pretty to say that God did it. You just dropped out the sky, or some God just made you out of some dirt. That sounds so pretty. Or you came from an ape. You don't like that. Sounds so terrible. But the reality is, you came from a sperm and an egg. They came together. And then it began to evolve. Do you know what a sperm and an egg look like? So, I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm not trying to be vulgar. But a lot of y'all know what sperm and egg, y'all know what that stuff look like. That's what you was at one time. I think it's more prettier to start off as an ape and evolve into a human being than being sperm and an egg, that mess. But that's what we was. We was two cells, two separate cells that came together, and those cells began to multiply. But that's what you was, for real, the reality of it. You don't have to worry about God. You don't have to worry about no ape. You was sperm and an egg come together. That's your reality. And then when you were born, you couldn't even walk. You couldn't even crawl. You couldn't take care of yourself. Somebody had to clean your booty. Somebody had to clean up that stuff when babies throw up and all that old nasty stuff. You couldn't do nothing for yourself. Absolutely nothing. You had to evolve. You had to grow. You had to mature. Hopefully you had good parents that helped you in that process. And now, after you evolve and become this human being, now you want to brag because I can use a cell phone. I can make a video on YouTube. I'm so great. I'm above an ape.
Were you above the 8 when you was crawling on your all fours? Was you above the 8? You couldn't even clean your own filth off your body? Now you have evolved and now you want to brag. I didn't come from no 8. I came from some God. Some God made me. No. You was a sperm and an egg. You was really nasty looking. We are so arrogant. We so high and mighty. We are so supreme. You came from up out of the earth. We know that you came from out of the earth because you're going to go right back. You are living matter. And you're like a living machine. And once this machine, once the parts get damaged or they get worn, then the machine, like all machines, gets sent back to the junkyard. And you go back into the earth. You don't have to worry about the gorilla or nothing. We really need to stop being so arrogant and high and mighty. Makes no difference. You want to come from some God. You want to come. I'm too ashamed to come from an 8. It makes no difference where you come from. It's where you're going. It's what you evolved to. Isn't it wonderful when you hear those stories? I was so poor. I didn't have no money. I lived in poverty. Then they worked themselves from being poverty stricken. Then all of a sudden they rise to being a superstar in this world. But that's not where you started off. Those are beautiful stories. Evolution is a beautiful thing because you come from a low point to a higher point. That's why in religion, that's why in religion, going to heaven is so important. Is because you rise from this point, a low point, from living in a type of hell, you rise to a higher state. And you hope that you can live forever in that state. Physically, we cannot do that. But what we call spiritually, mentally, we can do that if we pass on our evolutionary traits. Our thinking process, if it has evolved, we can pass that down to our babies, and that spirit will continue to live. It'll become immortal. So religion said that we can live forever, not physically, but we can live forever in evolution, in our evolutionary process. It is beautiful. It's our reality. If we accept it. Well, it makes no difference. It makes no difference if you accept your reality or not, because that's just going to be the bottom line. Because as surely as you was born, and you was born because a man and a woman came together, you would die. So it makes no difference. You can try to debate and argue and whatever, but you got a casket waiting on you at some time or another. And as you go into the casket, somebody else is coming out of a womb of a woman, born and developed from sperm and egg. That's the reality. And I'm willing to accept it. You don't have to accept it. But like children, childlike minds, you can believe what you want. But those who understand the reality of things and understand how they work, they begin to evolve. And you will take their reality and their accomplishments based on reality. You will claim it, God did this. God, no, it's always been with you. You come into this world with everything that you need. And anything that this brain can imagine or want, these hands going into the earth can make it a reality. So it's no longer just a thought, an idea. With my hands, not with my prayers, unless your prayers move your hands to do the work to bring these things into reality to change your condition. That's the only time prayers work. So it is so corny. It's so silly and so childish for us to go back and forth. Who cares what brought us into where we come from? An ape? A chicken? It looks like we came from a fish some kind of way because early in our development, we are in water. And all life, mammals, everything looks like some kind of fish in the water as it evolves. So they give you a sign of where you really came from. And that includes the gorilla. But it makes no difference. It's what you do when you evolve and express the intelligence that you was given. But I guess you are upset because with all this intelligence, the human being still acts like savage beasts. Always fighting, always killing, always cussing, always raping, always doing something dirty to somebody. Worse than the beasts of the field. Because even though you have predators and prey in nature, if you go out into the wilderness, unless a lion is hungry, a wolf is hungry, they don't bother nobody. But you always gotta be talking about somebody behind their back. Always gotta be trying to steal from somebody, always lying, always cheating. So I wouldn't trip on whether you came from an ape or God or whatever, because we have become an embarrassment to whomever we came from, considering you're supposed to be so intelligent. It's really a shame. So if you are civilized, if you are evolved as you claim, then act like it. Stop being so savage and stop tripping about where you come from and concentrate more on helping others to get to heaven. That's what you should be doing. Rising to greater heights. Coming from crawling to walking. Thank you for listening. This is your brother, Taalik Ibn'rad. This was, and is, the Reality's Temple on Earth.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I thank Allah, Master Farad Muhammad, for bringing among us a divine leader, a divine teacher, and a divine guide in the person of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'd like to greet all of you in the name of peace and paradise. Assalamu alaikum. Don't trip. Don't trip. I know you're tripping. Stop. I'm just doing that as an example. You've come to the right place. I haven't reconverted. I am your brother, Taalik Ibn'rad. Peace forever and always. Welcome once again to another edition of the Reality's Temple on Earth. I threw you off, didn't I? That was an opening that I used to say when, for the brief moment that I was assistant minister when I was in the Nation of Islam, that is the opening that you hear from Louis Farrakhan and many followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad throughout this nation. Those ministers, they speak and they open up and thank Allah for bringing in our midst a divine messenger and teacher in the person of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Now, I guess that's all well and good. But when I was in the Nation of Islam, I am very sure that I was taught, and we made mockery of Christians because they believe in Jesus. One of the main reasons why we laughed at Christians was because this Jesus was a dead man. What can a dead man do for you? We asked the Christians. But now this is 2010 and all over this nation, Muslims saying their prayers, black Muslims. I thank Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and we pray to Master Farad Muhammad and Elijah. To my knowledge, these men are no longer among us. They now are in the realm of the dead, just like we said about Jesus. Now, how come, I want to ask a question, why is it mockery? Why do we laugh in that Christians can worship a man that has been out of our midst, who you say is dead for 2,000 years, and even though Elijah Muhammad has not been dead for 2,000 years, even though Master Farad Muhammad has not been dead or deceased for 2,000 years, why is it all right for us or you? You know, I don't know what it is. We love to worship dead folks. Jesus is dead, if he even existed to begin with. Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, and again, we really don't know if he existed to begin with, but he is dead. Elijah Muhammad is dead. Master Farad Muhammad is dead. Malcolm X is dead. Martin Luther King is dead. Medgar Evers is dead. Dead, dead. All these people y'all admire and love, they dead. And when they were among us, when they were alive, flesh and blood, look how they was treated. Our time runs out so quickly, but I also wanted to add something else on to this. There are many of us, we don't worship known men. We don't worship a Jesus. We don't worship a Muhammad or a Malcolm. We decide to worship the gods. The woman god of fire, the male god of thunder, all these different gods. There are many of us who have decided to turn to witchcraft, and they call themselves Wiccans now. And they got all these different various gods that they worship. All kinds of gods. I ain't never seen people. The bottom line, y'all like to worship the dead, but y'all scared of the dead. Y'all don't hang out in mortuaries. You don't like to go to the graveyard. You damn sure don't want to watch an autopsy. Why are you scared of the dead? You praise and worship the dead, but you are afraid of the dead. Why are you afraid to watch an autopsy? Why are you afraid to go amongst the dead, but you worship them? Why are you afraid of the actual dead? Why are we afraid of the dead when that's our ultimate inevitability? That's our ultimate fate. You will be, I will be, a corpse one day. We don't like the dead, but we worship the dead. I was checking out some of these people that worship the gods, all kinds of gods. The gods of the rain, the gods of the birds, all kinds of these gods they done made up. Mind you, they have never met none of these gods. And then they put the pictures of these gods on their channels. Woo! You actually met the God of fire. And there's the God of fire. These are images, the imagination of men. You can't prove if you've never met and had no experience with no God of fire, no God of water, no God of the birds, no God of the universe. You ain't met and had no contact with none of this stuff. What is wrong with us? We refuse to accept our reality. We refuse to look into ourselves and find our own self-worth. The God that you should be worshiping, the God that you should be building up, is the God of self. Worshiping Elijah Muhammad is not going to help you. He's already done his thing. Been there, done that. These gods of fire, these gods of ice, whatever you call them. How does that help you? That's what they are. You're not a God of fire. You're not a God of ice. You're not Elijah Muhammad. You're not Malcolm. What's wrong with concentrating on you? That's why we cannot produce what they produce and what these gods produce. Because we hyped up over what they can do and what they are. What about you? What about me? Are you listening? Can you hear? Jesus is going to be Jesus. Worshiping Jesus is not going to help your condition. They are examples of what our potential can be. You will never be Jesus. There was only one. You'll never be Elijah Muhammad. There was only one. Be you. In fact, you can be better than Jesus. Yes, you can. Because in this universe, this reality that we live in, it's limitless. Jesus only went to a certain level. It's a whole lot of space out there for us to conquer. There's a whole lot of things out there for us to get to know and learn. But we'll never know because we put ourselves in these boxes of worship of the dead. These imaginary gods created by people with limited minds. We only use 10% of our brain. And if you believe in something long enough, these gods of fire and all these spirits and spooks, you will begin to see them. And if you take some drugs, you'll see them even quicker. We need to break up out of this. And the reason why we love them so is because we have no physical contact. So you'll never see their flaw. You'll never see their error. You'll just see them as great. But somebody living among you, you don't like them because they wearing the wrong kind of shades. Y'all really need to stop being silly. Time is out. Think about it. Jot down your comments. This was and is the Reality's Temple on Earth.
Things that make you go, you know, these aren't jokes. These are thoughts. These are things that make you say, this face seemed terrible, but oh my God, I didn't know you were black.
And some of them are sorry they are free now. Some of them now would rather be slaves.
Which would you rather be, Uncle Phil?
Me? Which I'd rather be? You know what I'd rather do? If I thought that I'd ever be a slave again, I'd take a gun and just end it all right away.
My brother Angelsnupnup7 at the Reality's Temple. And to give props to him, because I listened to all of Angelsnupnup7's videos, I think that he comes from a different angle. And there's a powerful message in a lot of the videos that he put out, and I try to catch all of them. I look at him as a free thinker and a person that's willing to challenge those of which he don't agree with or which he may think differently from, and I really respect him for that. He's challenged KNBS, and he has also challenged the black supremacy movement as well. And I have nothing against that, because that which cannot be challenged cannot stand and will not stand and will not survive the test of time. How many challenges we can withstand will determine how long we will be able to stand.
Self, and you don't realize it. You don't realize it that God has been imprisoned. The devil was able to imprison God. So right inside your own self, your God self has been imprisoned, and you have a false sense of self running rampant inside the temple. This is why, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We have to bring Reality's temple here on earth. Reality's temple here on earth, because
yes, sir.
We have to realize the enemy is running rampant inside this temple, and we have to recover.
Yes, sir.
Because white supremacy is a clinical dis-ease. It is a dis-ease, and the dis-ease has been running for so long that they don't need, the white man don't have to continue to kick your ass on up front. He has made it so that he has gotten into you like a virus and you kick your own ass.
Yes, sir.
And it even has trickled down to some of us right here in the so-called conscious community. Right.
Watch as we pray. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Ashe, Ashe. In fact, I tend to the garden of the mind and the pool of the soul daily, praying ceaselessly with boldness, casting my cares on the provider of all things. The protection I have is truth based in wisdom, mission being to eradicate ignorance. With persistent due diligence, I step on devils. As Holy Breath speaks the straight path to eternal life, whom shall I fear? This is much more than rhetorical acrobatics set to rhythm. Our work is an in-depth analysis into the houses built where the soul resides with precision. As J. Dave says, balance is...
But you, a lot of your video content, to me, was very informative. You know, the things you talked about had substance, man, and I first really knew about you because of JT Riley 1, Real Nigga News, and you and him got into a conflict with each other, and when I did my website, you were the only brother, and let me stress that. Because when I did that website, blackcommune.net, and I did the video and I asked the black YouTube community, the so-called black YouTube community, to give me your videos. Because at the time, a lot of brothers were getting flagged and videos taken down. So I said, you know what? You can put your videos on my website so that the message can still be heard for all to hear. You know, something like, you know, a little I made that website for everyone, but you were the only one that gave me permission to use your videos, and I thought that was very honorable of you and really a testament to how much you cared about the black community. Because all these other brothers that talk about it, you know, and say they love the black community and all this other shit, when it came down to supporting me or helping me out, they were nowhere to be found. And that's really a big sign. If somebody really care about black people, then they will want to help black people. But you were the only one.
Teacher, every single place and everywhere? Not necessarily. But if you got a good teacher, your teacher is going to teach you how to think, not what to think. And if you learn how to think, then you can be critical of all information. You can question anything. Your teachers ain't going to get mad.
I am also your soul brother, number one.
It's the truth. It's actual. Everything is satisfaction.
He's heading your way again. Uncle Remus, the immortal storyteller in Walt Disney's honored motion picture classic.
Now that's the kind of day when you can't open your mouth without a song jump right out of it. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Singing a song, a song, a song.
By Brother Angelsnupnup7 at the Reality Temple. And to give props to him, because I listened to all of Angelsnupnup7's videos, I think that he comes from a different angle, and there's a powerful message in a lot of the videos that he put out, and I try to catch all of them. I look at him as a free thinker and a person that's willing to challenge those of which he don't agree with or which he may think differently from, and I really respect him for that. He's challenged KNBS, and he has also challenged the black supremacy movement as well. And I have nothing against that, because that which cannot be challenged cannot stand, and will not stand. and will not survive the test of time. How many challenges we can withstand will determine how long we will be able to stand.
Let's see, Taalik says, can you send a shout out to my platform, the Realities Temple on Earth Internet Ministry? Our theme this year is After Purge Comes the Heal. Shout out to your platform, Taalik. All the best to you guys with continuing to stretch in perspective, to stretch in what is possible, and to continue to bring healing into the space of yourself and others. Yes.
I would like to first begin our talk by showing us this picture of black women on the front line in Ferguson, Missouri. There are many sad, pathetic black males who may attack me, not directly, but indirectly, behind my back, not face to face, because they don't have that type of persona. That's not the word I'm looking for. They don't have that type of courage. And if you're standing on a weak foundation, it is very difficult to have courage. And the reason why these pathetic black males dislike, even hate your brother, the Angelsnupnup7, is because they don't understand. And they wonder why I am so blind, that I can't see that the black woman is an enemy to the black community. That particular thinking, even to say such a thing, bothers my very soul, because I know that such is ludicrous, it is ignorant, it is foolish, and it can come only from a person's mouth that is truly a waste of life, pathetic piece of trash, coming from a black man that you dare stand up in the public. And even if it was true, why would you come in the public and embarrass yourself? Because you're talking about a person that is of yourself, so that others can look at you like the fool that you are and give them more fuel for their fire of hatred for not only the black woman, but yourself. You are such a dumb and ignorant person. In fact, I don't even call you a person, I call you a thing. These are some nasty, trifling things, and they stay the hell away from Angelsnupnup7 or any brother that defends the black woman. Because if you are a brother, if you are a true black man, you have no choice. Because it is in our nature to defend mama. And clearly, these men, these black males, have become unnatural. And it is not the black woman's fault. It is the fault due to the enemy of both male and female, descendant of slaves born in America, the racist Caucasian people, and their culture of us living within this racist society that was built upon the hatred and the destruction of those with dark skin, especially we who are the descendants of slaves born in America. So these pathetic black males, pieces of trash, these things one of the first things they say, oh, he was raised by a single mother. That's his problem. Well, to destroy your argument, that's a lie. My mother was married to my father. In fact, I saw the marriage license. She was a married woman to my father. But my father, I would rather say my sperm donor, my daddy, my pappy, because he was far from being a father, as he was a father to many other children besides myself. My daddy, my pappy, my sperm donor was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. So, like I have always told you, it is not about a person being married. I would hope, and it looks so nice and it is wonderful that you can find a mate and you can marry that person and y'all can have a happy life. But marriage and a relationship is only good as the quality of the people. If they don't have high character, if they have low morality, then it makes no difference. My mother was married to my sperm donor pappy. But because somebody lacked character, somebody lacked low morality, just being married did not mean anything. It is not the quantity of parents in the home, whether it is a single woman, a single man, or a married couple. It is the quality of the people who are raising or nurturing the children in the family, not the quantity. What if the mother is married to a dope fiend and she's a drunk? So the mother is a drunk, the father's a dope fiend. What type of nurturing, what can they do for the children in the house if they are drunk and high most of the time? And we see this, and this is a reality of ours we see daily. Please explain this to me, you pathetic trash things, black male, black women bashers. Please explain this to me. Again, common sense tells us, and even in nature, it is not the quantity of parents. It helps us, and it is better to have a mother and father in the household. There's no doubt about that. But they must have the appropriate skills so they can nurture those children to the best of their ability, so those babies can have a good chance at success in life. But since we have a slave mentality, we want to find ways to blame ourselves because we come from out an abusive relationship that has lasted for generations, over 400 years. And when you are in an abusive relationship, most times the one who is abused blames themselves for their exploitation. If you are an abused or exploited woman married to your husband and he beats you and verbally abusive, you may blame yourself because you didn't put the dinner on the table at the appropriate time. You didn't run his bath water when it should have been run. Whatever you find as though it is your fault and you deserve to be beaten. You deserve to be abused. So it is with the descendants of slaves born in America, because of our slave mentality, because we have suffered 400 years of abuse and exploitation. And we have fallen in love. And listen, that woman who is abused, she still loves the person even though he is putting his fist to her eye unjustly for no reason. She loves him. And we express our love. Descendants of slaves born in America, we express our love for our people, for a nation that has not shown us no love, but has only continued to exploit us and abuse us. Thus, we have Ferguson, Missouri, and we will continue to have many more Ferguson, Missouris. It is a sign of mental illness to love your enemies. It is a sign of mental illness to love those who cause you harm. But again, we do this because we have become an unnatural people. These black male, black woman bashers, and vice versa, you have black women who bash black men. They are ignorant of our history. They don't understand what has happened to us as a people in this nation. And they suffer from a mental illness. They just don't know no better. But the time has come that you know better. Thus, what has come into existence, organizations like the Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelites, this ministry, and more are coming up, individuals. We are teaching our people. We are awakening the minds so they don't continue to fall into this trap, this ditch, this hole of self-destruction, self-blame, when you are not at fault, at the root. Now, once we begin to know, and see, this is the key. Our people, we need to know. Most of us just don't know. We are ignorant. Although you might think we should know better, no. For many of us, including some of you who think that you are so smart, you are ignorant. Because you don't know the psychological hurt and harm that has been done to us. And you believe that having money in your pocket is a sign of success. You think sleeping with the enemy is a sign of success. You are a sick puppy. And a puppy, of course, is the Caucasian people's best friend. And yours too. That's why you got a pit bull and got dogs living in your house. You kiss dogs in the mouth. You copy your slave master and their children. You are nothing but Oreo cookies. Some of y'all who are black conscious, you copy and still have the mentality of the European, these European American racist Caucasian slave people. You still have their mentality and claim to know better. You cannot be saved. You cannot be delivered. You cannot even create your own nation, because even if you did, it will fall. It would be just as bad as any other nation on this planet, because all of us continued and we still carry the mud. And we're not doing a good job of washing this mud off, living in filth and decadence, debauchery for over 400 years. An unrighteous, nasty, filthy people. We have become like them in dark skin. In fact, there's no evidence to suggest we were too much better prior. I know y'all don't want to hear that, but there's no evidence to really suggest that you was not too much better prior to the Europeans. The only thing is that the Europeans kicked us in our backside and totally destroyed us. We are the products of a destroyed people. And this is what the pathetic black woman bashing black male must understand. We are a destroyed people. In fact, we are doing pretty good to be a destroyed people. We're still moving up. We're still progressing. It might be slow. But we're still doing pretty good considering we were destroyed. What does the word destroyed mean? If you go outside and destroy a car, but that car, or you harm that car, but you still see it putting down the road, you're like, how is that possible? The car, the wheel falling off, radiator hanging, but it's still going down the road. You don't understand. That's how we are. We're still putting on down the road. And the Caucasian people and everyone around the earth wondering, how is that possible? You don't know how great you are. You don't have to go to Kemet. You don't have to embrace more history. You are a great people. The descendants of slaves born in America. We are a great people in and of ourselves. We don't have to piggyback off nobody's history. Be proud of yourself. And see, that's the main problem. You have no pride in yourself because you don't know yourself, because you're trying to be somebody else. You want to be an Egyptian. You want to be somebody from Kemet. You want to be a Moor. You want to be some person from the Bible, some Hebrew Israelite, or whatever these things y'all done came up with, instead of being yourself. That's the main problem. And since you have an identity crisis, you are confused. And if you are in traffic and you get lost and you become confused, you can't get nowhere. Even if you do know where you're going, because you confused. So we know where we want to go. Many of us think that we know how to get there. But because you're confused, you have yet to make it to your destination. I love us, man. Many of us believe we are awakened. Well, you need to be awakened again because you've fallen asleep at the wheel. And that is the purpose of this ministry. And that is the purpose of many brothers and sisters who are coming up different from what we were taught traditionally or what we were taught in the past that we believe was successful. But if it was successful, there would be no need for the rise of new voices coming from among us. It was beautiful and we enjoyed it, but it did not produce what is needed. But we learned from that, and now we are here. And because you reject the new prophets, because you reject the new warners, you continue to suffer. But yet and still, y'all believe in God, and you ask God for relief. You ask God for your freedom. But when God raises men and women up among you, because they sound different, because they look different, you reject them. Even though you were taught early in our Christian life that the Jesus came unto his own, but they received him not. You need to look more into those of whom you are rejecting, because chances are they are carrying the message. They are carrying the plan. They are carrying the ideas to give you the freedom, justice, and equality that you claim that you want, or are you fake? And the only thing that you really want is to live comfortable with your slave master and his children. Let us be real. So my mother was married, and my daddy was a Rolling Stone. And I was the only boy among sisters and my mother. So I was the only boy for a long time. And basically I was surrounded by my grandmother, my aunts, my mother, and sisters. And I had a few uncles. They were the only men that was around me were my uncles and my grandfather. But unfortunately, and it is sad to say, that even as a young boy,
I did not view them and I did not see them as an example of manhood. I just didn't see it. So I gravitated towards my mother, my sisters, my aunt, grandmother. Because I know, as a boy, I knew that I was a male and I understood what it was to be a boy or a male. And I knew I wanted to grow up to be a man. I knew that. But when I looked at my grandfather and my uncles, these and other men that came into my life around me, I did not see the example of manhood that I wanted to be, even as a little boy. And see, what many of these black women bashers don't understand, young boys are watching you. I don't know you because you hide your face. Some of these guys don't hide their face. But boys are looking at you. Boys are watching you. And even though you hide your face on social media, there's some young boy who know what you're doing. And they watching you. And in their mind, you sad and pathetic. Just like when I was a little boy. What type of black men were around me? The black men that were around me were whoremongers, which as a little boy, I really didn't know what that was, but I saw that they were abusive and exploitive and were not treating my mother and my sisters and women in a nice manner. As a little boy, I saw that. They were drunks. We used to go to church and I saw the preacher was a weak type man. I did not like that. There were no strong men around me. And there were no men that came into my life to help me or teach me how to be a man. And there was no man or no male that protected me and came to my aid. So in my life, and maybe this was a good thing, because now it takes me to this place where it is critical that the black woman be defended. It is a critical time where the black woman must be put on a different level. And in my life, women have always protected me, nurtured me, made sure I was well. Not only the black woman, but other women, including the Caucasian female, have taken actions to make my life more comfortable and protect me from harm. So I have no choice but not only to defend black women, but stand up and speak for all the women around the planet. Because next to racism, this evil of making the woman inferior, that must be dealt with. The black man don't mind fighting racism and putting the black men in leadership position, which is no problem. But you have failed to do what you're supposed to do. And when the woman stand up and tell you that you're not doing what you're supposed to do, you want to get angry and mad at her. Because you're the coward. Because you lazy. But at the same time, you claim to be a protector. You claim to be a provider. You claim to be all these different things. But you're none of those things. And you get angry at the women because they remind you that you are a failure. So since you refuse to be a provider, since you refuse to be a protector, then damn it, she got to protect herself. And that's what the black woman has been doing ever since slavery. Because from the very beginning, she knew that the black man was destroyed. When a Caucasian devil can come into your house and you don't say nothing and he raped your wife and your daughters,
and he could still do it today. You said, oh, it wouldn't happen to me. Oh, yes, it would. You don't even want to lose your job. So if you don't want to lose your job, we know what these people can do to us. You afraid for a job. So the black woman, if the black man can't do it, she has no choice but to stand up for herself. The black man of America, many of you, you allow personal experiences because you want to romance the black woman. You want her as a girlfriend. You want her to lay down with you. You want her as a wife. Because of personal experiences that didn't go well. You allow these personal experiences. You allow that to taint your judgment. And you want to paint all our sisters like the one that you hate. Which is unfair. It is unjust. At the same time, when a black woman paint black men because of her experience with a certain idiot, you got a problem with that. I'm not like that. But you do the same thing. Bottom line, we have two destroyed people trying to have a connected relationship. Very difficult in and of itself. Because both of you are sick in the head. Your vagina might work, your penis might work, but your mind don't work. And some of y'all might say, I never mind you, Negro. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, yes, I do. That's why. The truth hurts. Truth hurts. But it is better to be hurt and do not reject the truth, but accept it and work on ourselves. But we don't. We rather be sick. And so since you would rather be sick, you continue to lay in your own filth in this dirty bed that has yet to be cleaned after 400 years. If I judge black women based on my personal experience, I might be like you. I've had good relationships with women and bad. But I understand, because I'm not ignorant of our history, because I understand the psychological damage that has been caused to us. And I also understand that that individuals are just ignorant, stupid. I cannot blame our sisters as a whole, because as a whole, our sisters have been holding down the fort. I understand and know history. And not only that, but I can see the reality of our women out here. I don't allow the racist Caucasian people and their media, I don't allow them to paint my vision of what I see right here in front of me. Because the reality is, if the black woman really was like y'all talking about, she would not be standing on the front line in Ferguson or at any other time. And you may not believe this or not, some of these women y'all call ratchet, hair hats, weed wearers, whatever you call them, many of them, even in their sickness, they understand that there's a need for justice, and many of them even step to the front line. Where are y'all at? The black man. Playing video games, putting up pretty posts on YouTube and Facebook, hiding your face. But the black man's supposed to be so strong. And in this particular picture, you even see some Caucasian men right there. You shouldn't allow nobody to do your fighting for you. You're going to allow Caucasian men and women to do your fighting for you. And you doing all this talking and stuff on social media. Get the hell out of here. Y'all pathetic things. You have yet to become human beings. Sad excuse for black men. And that's all you can do is talk. That's all. I've been on front lines all over this country at one time or another. I'm willing to stand. My problem is I'm no longer standing for issues when separation is the ultimate answer. That's what you should be standing on. You need to separate. As long as we sleep with dogs, we're going to get fleas. So you're going to have Micah Brown, more Trayvon Martin. You're going to continue to have this until you decide it is time to separate. And even your God tells you in these religious teachings, always tell the prophets that the people of God, the oppressed, you must separate from the wicked. But we have a love, and we have a fear of separation from these evil people. You know, I love black men, not in a homosexual manner. I'm not into that. It's unnatural. I'm a natural man. I love black men if I can find them. The word is if. I don't see many men. I don't see many men because y'all hiding your damn face on social media. Scary ass. But you a man. You so tough. I wouldn't care what somebody has to, what they think about what I'm saying. Because you scared to lose your job. Whatever you afraid of. Mr. Man. So I can't see you, Mr. Man. I love black men if I can find them. And even in all this writing, I don't see strong black men on social media. I'm keeping myself a secret. Yeah, you keeping yourself a secret, all right. You scared. You a coward. As a boy, like I told you, there were not many real black men that I could view as an example of manhood. My first real example of a man was reading a book called Message to the Black Man in America by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He became my first example of manhood. And by the time I became a teenager, there came into my life real men I could see, I could touch. I could touch Louis Farrakhan. I was right there in the room with him. I talked to him. And at that time, he was a strong black man. He was the only one really out there speaking for us. Akbar Muhammad, Zaki Burudi, my uncle, who was also in the Nation of Islam. And in the 1980s, there were no stronger group of men in the United Snakes of America than the Fruit of Islam. All the black men in the Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelite nation. These were the example of strong black men that I had as a teenager. And I could see that for real. And watching them as an example made me stronger. Oh man, you think I'm nothing to play with right now? When I was a teenager, really full of fire. Woo! Ha! Boy, y'all just don't know. You couldn't do nothing with me for sure. The only difference now is that I'm a little wiser and I understand things more clearer. At that particular time, I even had a love, and I still love Dr. King. But when I heard on a record that my grandmother had one of the speeches of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and he said, "You can kill my wife and children, and I will love you," then
that destroyed my relationship with Dr. King, because there was no way, and even as a child, there's no way that I could tolerate. And I knew I could not love anybody that killed my grandmother or my mother or my sisters or any of my relatives and talk about, I love you. When I was in the Nation of Islam, I spent a lot of time not only with the fruit of Islam, those brave men wearing bow ties hitting the streets of St. Louis, New Orleans, and New York City, and Detroit, Newark, New Jersey, Los Angeles, California, all over this country. But I also had the honor and the privilege of spending a lot of time with the MGT, Muslim Girls Training General Civilization class, the vanguard of the Nation of Islam. And you want to know something? The reality was, and I was around the sisters, really almost as much as I was with the brothers. But the sisters had more fire than the men did. The only difference is that the MGT, because they were females, they were not allowed to do such and such. But they had more fire and drive than the F4I. And a lot of people don't want to hear that, but that's a reality. That's the truth. For some reason, men get fired up and the fire begins to quench. But women, that fire holds a long time. That's why no matter how y'all talk, no matter how y'all bash black women, they stand toe-to-toe with you. And you don't understand. They don't back down. And the more you fire at them, the stronger they get. You don't understand that. In our history, many of y'all claim to be history buffs. But women actually step back to give the men a chance, because the black man has been destroyed. And it is also natural that you be the provider. It is natural for us to be the defender. But we have not defended and provided for a long, long time. And we don't have the fire. And we don't have, oh man, let me get a drink of this water. We don't have the fire. And that's because we don't have the love. We don't have the love of our woman and our babies, because we don't love ourselves. Oh, man, it brings me tears to my eyes. That's the problem, black man. You don't love yourself. That's why you don't love the black woman, and that's why you don't love black children. That's why you don't love us as a people, because you still don't love yourself. You are destroyed, man. So instead of working on yourself, you'd rather blame the black woman. You'd rather blame the thugs and all this other stuff, the hood rats, black children, instead of accepting the reality. I'm a destroyed person. I got to work on myself. I got to get myself together. And if the black man get yourself together, nature will make everything else fall in place. The black woman will get herself together. And when the black woman get herself together, the black children will get together. And we'll get this devil off our back once and for all. But you destroyed and you don't know these things. You're still living the life and have the mentality of a slave. And a slave don't know no better. A slave is confused. Some slaves don't know whether to stay on the plantation or run away. That's how you are. You don't know what the hell you really want to do. Again, many of y'all said that you're history buffs. Then you will know that our women have been the driving force in this country. In all the churches, it's women. In the civil rights movement. And I will even tell you, in the Nation of Islam, the only problem is they were not allowed to do certain things. because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted to give the man a chance to step up to the plate. Because the woman, he already know that the woman can handle her business. In fact, I heard one of the tapes of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and he was talking about expanding his organization around the earth. And he was not talking about sending the black man to these places, but the sisters. There's a reason why. There's a reason why the woman is the missionary. You send her in first. First of all, she's pretty. She's soft. And hiding behind that softness, behind that motherly glow, she's aggressive and she takes care of business. And that's why a woman is more acceptable than a man is. A man is macho and he looks more threatening, but a woman is more soft. And many will let your guard down due to the form of a woman. But above all, she has that aggressiveness. And that's why Elijah Muhammad, that's why these men who were smart, they send the woman in as a missionary. She's the one that goes in first. You don't know what you done. And of course, you know, when another man sees a woman, regardless to her race, you know that you sort of let down your guard a little bit. Especially if she looks a little nice. Especially if she got a little form. Y'all know that's true. Woo! So, even in the 1960s, where were you, black man? When you look at the images from the 1960s, Dr. King and many of these black men, yeah, we were the face of the civil rights movement, and Dr. King and others, they spoke, but who was really the driving force? It was black women. And in some cases, you even seen children, very young children and teenagers step up to the plate. What was the black man? Getting drunk. What was the black man? Trying to find a prostitute. What was the black man? He was a coward. Black men. So it was important for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, when black men came to the nation, that he make an attempt to try to put the brothers on the front line, because we have not been at the front line for a very long time. Even in 2014, where's the black man? Y'all hiding your face on social media. You're afraid to face drug dealers. You're afraid to face the racist cops. You are afraid to face the enemies of the black community. You're afraid to face the forces that shape and form the mentality of your black woman that you don't like, that cause her to be a hair hat, that cause her to be a hood rat, to cause her to be a weave wearer or whatever, and our children being influenced to go into crime. What are you doing, black man? I'm a video game player. What are you, black man? You're a whoremonger. You're a junk. You're a drug addict. Basically, y'all, we have become cowards, and you don't want to hear that because that's the reality. In our history, there's always exceptions to the rule, and there have always been black men that did stand up. Many of our brothers were outright killed. So if the Caucasian slave masters, if they were killing off, even though we were destroyed men, the slave master was killing off our strong black men, who was left? The cowards. So common sense tells me that many of us, we are the children of the cowards that survived. Because many of the strong black men that could have been our examples, the slave master, as soon as possible, he killed them all. So the black women saw this. So
They knew they had to step up, and the black woman has stepped up ever since slavery. And you don't like it because it makes you look bad. And it makes you look bad because that's the reality, because you continue to allow this to happen. Black women, even black children, if I don't have a mother and the black woman falls, then black children have no choice. They got to step up. That's just natural law. When you are at war and your first reserve, your first line of defense, it begins to fall, then the second line got to step up. And if the second line falls, then the third line got to step up. That's just how things go. The black man in America, we as men, we have failed. You talk a good game, and there's a lot of things that you want, but you have not earned that type of honor. We have not earned praise. We have not earned our manhood. That's just the reality of it. And we don't want somebody to tell us that we are failures. It is better to accept the real truth of the matter and begin to reach out to our brothers and say, look, we're going to change this. We got to become different examples of manhood for the sake of our boys. Otherwise, you have a little boy like I was when I was a child. I looked at the men that were around me. I didn't want to be like you. I looked up to my mother for strength, my grandmother for strength, because they put clothes on my back, shoes on my feet, food in my mouth, roof over my head. And how dare you? You think I'm going to turn my back on mama? You got to be out of your dang mind. Ain't happening. Instead of being angry at women and children, instead of even being angry at the racist Caucasian people, you need to be angry at yourself for being such a coward and unable to use your brain to come up with the solutions to change your condition. So it is not no shock to me that I would see a picture like this and somebody had an article to go along. I'm not even going to post the link to the article, but the title of the article was Black Women Hold Front Line in Ferguson, something like that. The picture speaks for itself. You can put this picture back in history, and you always have a black woman's face there. At some point, the black woman has stepped up. In fact, she stepped up defending the black man, trying to keep us from being murdered and killed and slaughtered. Because she understood, I got to save you, my beautiful black man, for another time when you come and get back in your right state of mind so you can pay these people back for what they done to us. I'm going to carry in the DNA of my womb so that my sons, when the proper time is right, my boys going to wake up and they going to handle business. As a woman, I can't do it because I got the strength. I got some strength. I got some vitality. I got some smarts. But this is a man's job. And that's why the black woman, she will step back because she understands this is a man's job. But if you ain't going to do it, then I got to do it. I got to handle my business. The silly black males of YouTube. So pathetic. So pathetic. I've never been around and never heard men like this.
I don't understand. These on social media, and many of these guys that I have met, the weakest, childish people I've ever met and been around. Silly. And most of them don't like black women, got a problem with the black woman because they are weak. They have a penis. That's the only thing that makes them a man. They don't have nothing else. They don't have nothing else. They have no brains. They don't have no brawn. Still filled with self-hatred. They will beat up a black woman, a black child, kill another black man. But will run and hide and come up with every excuse in the world and explain to you how we have to get along with devils. So with that said, thank you for listening. I want to say in my conclusion to the people of Ferguson, Missouri, although I don't agree with your methods, I am glad that you've taken some type of action against evil instead of always this crying. Because a vicious enemy like this, they don't care nothing about talk. You have to do something. You have to take some type of action. These people are bullies. The racist Caucasian people are bullies. One of the main problems that they claim in America is being bullied. And the children only copy the adults because they see how America goes all over the planet bullying people. So the children are bullies. And the only thing a bully knows and respects is force. All these preachers talking about love everybody. But your same Bible talks about there comes a time. There's a time for love, but there's a time for hate. There's a time for peace, and there's a time for war. So my preacher friend, all y'all goody two-shoes, trying to find everything in the book to love. When does the time, after suffering in this nation for 400 years, after all our bodies all over this country go to the morgue, when does the time come that we hate? When does the time come that we finally declare war? Well, if you go to war, you're going to lose. That's not a guarantee. There were great forces in history that the people you would think would have no chance to defeat. But those forces were defeated. Because when a people get sick and tired, you're not going to stop them. The only thing that's stopping black folks, is we are not sick and tired enough. And the enemy fears the day when we can't take it no more. So they fill you with entertainment. They hope that you keep your mind on the NBA game.
own self, and you don't realize it. You don't realize it, that God has been imprisoned. The devil was able to imprison God. So right inside your own self, your God self has been imprisoned, and you have a false sense of self running rampant inside the temple. This is why, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We have to bring reality's temple here on earth. Reality's temple here on earth, because
yes, sir.
we have to realize the enemy is running rampant inside this temple.
And that is Brother Taalik from the Reality Temples on Earth channel. And if you get a chance to subscribe, please do subscribe to his channel. He's a good brother. You know, he's doing good work, and he wants to do good constructive things. He has good information to provide. So please do check out his channel if you get a chance.
Everybody who is black and interested in black people, let us sit down and find out how we can get together in one direction against one enemy and accomplish this job overnight.
When soul singer and black activist Sam Cooke wrote the lyrics to his song, "A Change Is Gonna Come," it was very direct and to the point. With some changes to it, the song was still digestible. In the year 2019, black folks continue to go through the change rather than direct the change. A community activist named Taalik Ibn'rad has made an appeal similar to what Sam Cooke was asking for. A change. It's said that the meek shall inherit the earth. We ask when. When will the landlords give the meek a free lease? Mr. Ibn'rad is humbly asking for the state of Mississippi. This is Dusty Basement Studios, and we approve of this message.
The Mississippi campaign represents everything that you claim that you want. The beginning of an all-black independent nation. The ability to control your own resources. Your politics. The law. Be able to do your own thing for a change. Create an economy. Create and produce goods that Africa or anybody on the planet would want. You're fake, you don't want to do nothing. 3 hours talking about the Mississippi campaign.
And as always in parting, we wish you...
Come on and jam with us next week on these same stations, and you can bet your last money it's all going to be a stone gas, honey. I'm Don Cornelius, and as always in parting, we wish you love, peace, and soul.